Hello and welcome into everybody tuning in on that YouTube stream. We're on day 98 with these streams every single day of the week, so you guys already know what we're about to hop into. We're going to debate a whole lot of Trump supporters. In fact, we already have our first Trump supporter, Mr. Level, on the stream. Level says he's 18 years old. So, Level, take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your lifetime, Donald J. Trump.
Okay, I don't understand why you got to come off so hot just calling him the worst. Like, There's so many people that are so much worse.
Like who?
Like Bill Clinton, I am honestly not a fan of him.
Okay. Well, I mean, I will say, I did say in your lifetime, you weren't alive when Bill Clinton was president, but he's also definitely worse than Clinton.
Neither were you.
Okay, you're right. Neither was I. Very, very true. What? So do you want to tell us why you support Trump? He left. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm coming off a little bit too hot and heavy today. I'm scaring them away. Okay. I'm not trying to scare the Trump supporters away. I swear to God. Okay. We're gonna. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare them away like that. Let's go and move on to the next guest, everybody. I feel really bad now. I mean, he came up here. He was ready to have a conversation. The next thing I know, he's getting really upset with me and hitting the road. Let's go. Oh, and now we're gonna go ahead and try to get that next Trump supporter up into the live stream. Everybody, if you're watching over on TikTok, one of the 5.6 thousand people tuning in the first 6 minutes, that's crazy, by the way. And you're like, hey, I'm an American. I'm at least 18, and I support Trump. And you want to come up here and debate? Let me know. That is a little child. That is a very little child. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Woo! All right. Oh, crap, man. I'm really hoping we could get some debates today. Hero Brian, are you MAGA?
Oh my God, I have no idea how I joined.
Greg, are you MAGA?
Of course, man.
Okay, how old are you? Wait, you're obviously above the age of 18. Are you from America?
Yes, I'm from Oklahoma.
Really?
My dad lives here.
Yeah, what time is it?
It's 3:17 right now.
Holy shit, you're right. Wow, all right. Okay, how old are you?
18, 07 September. Dean, I've got a question.
Okay.
Why do you always criticize Trump supporters for supporting rapists when Kamala Harris supports Tupac, idolizes him? He's a rapist.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure that she said...
Now, what's your thoughts on that, soy boy? What's your thoughts on that?
I was responding to you, you cut me off.
Are you a hypocrite?
Well, I'm going to need to be able to
That's despicable, right? That's despicable to support racists.
Jesus Christ. Let me know when I could go.
Yeah, go.
Sweet, thank you. So you say that she idolizes Tupac. She said in a podcast that she liked his music in college. Okay, honestly, I'm gonna say if you didn't like Tupac's music in college, there's probably something wrong with you.
If you're a rapper, it's fine.
Nobody said that. I'm just simply disputing the fact that you said that Kamala Harris idolizes Tupac. She said that she liked his music in college. Once again, if you didn't like Tupac's music in college, there's something wrong with you.
You like rapists as well, then, right?
Oh my God! Okay, this guy's just a rage baiter. So I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with her saying on a podcast 5 years ago that she liked.
Are you a hypocrite?
Okay, well, I can't say anything if you're going to continue to interrupt me. Holy shit, Greg. And Greg left. Okay. Wow. Well, we are really off to a great start today, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest up in the box. Holy cow. That guy was energetic. That's for sure. See, I want that energy in all of the Trump supporters that we have tuning into the stream. But I just don't want them to interrupt me. Have the energy without interrupting me. What's going on, Clog? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Are you MAGA?
It's Claudio. What's up, Dean? No, I'm not MAGA. I just love what you do, bro.
Hey, man, I appreciate you so much for that love, man, but we are just looking to talk to some Trump supporters. All right, guys, once again, I'm going to go and lay out the rules for the guest request. If you are in the guest request, make sure that means that you're at least 18 from America and support Donald J. Jimothy Trump. Johnny, I don't even need to ask you. You're definitely a Trump supporter, right?
Long live Dean. I love you.
Okay, well, they changed their name and they put a picture of some middle-aged man in a cowboy hat just to come up here and say that they love me. Hey, man, I appreciate you for the love, but please follow the rules. I wish I didn't have to repeat that every 10 seconds. I'm not gonna lie, y'all, but yeah, let's go get that next guest up in the box. Here we go. We got Wicked J loaded in. Wicked J's loaded in. Everybody, hello, Wicked J. Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
All right, take it away. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Okay, I actually do have a question to ask you, and I just want to know, why is it that you feel he is the worst president? I want to know your standpoint.
Well, you could listen to me explain this point at length for non-stop 6 minutes.
Just a brief point. Just something, couple of things that you can touch on that's a good topic.
Sure. What I wanted to say there was you could listen to me explain why I think he's the worst president of our lifetimes at length. For me speaking nonstop for 6 minutes, it's in my repost. I think it's the third most recent. Now, a couple brief points. I mean, obviously he has like bad economic policy, bad foreign policy, a lot of bad policy. But I mean, I don't think it's bad policy that makes him the worst president of our lifetimes, because a lot of presidents have had bad policy. I think it's the fact that he doesn't care about the American Constitution, violated it 5 times in the last 120 days, and launched the largest internal attack on the American democracy in 2020 when he tried to steal the election from Biden. And B, his character. I mean, he's an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that wants to segregate Muslims from America, and he's emboldened, I mean, all the isms, all the bigotries in this country, as well as he happens to fulfill all 14 tenets of fascism. Now, that's why I'd say he's the worst president of our lifetimes.
You know, that's a fair point, man, and I'm not going to sit there and disagree with you. You know, all presidents have a bad past, and all presidents aren't necessarily great in their own right. So with that being the case, all I can say is this, is that the reason I support Trump, and it's not because of the fact that I think he's like the greatest president in the world. I personally think that there are certain directions that some leaders have to take that are going to bring us together as a community, or not a community, but as a whole, and make America what it used to be standing upon, what our forefathers wanted. I don't feel that I can align necessarily with all of his trajectories and what he's trying to do, but I personally think that there are some things that he is doing that could benefit our country. With the deportation, I feel that it could definitely help with.
Do you mind if I cut you off there?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking if I could cut you off here is because I want to talk about the first thing you said. You said that, he's going to do what's necessary to bring us back to what our forefathers wanted. No, he isn't. Our forefathers literally fought a war to rid ourselves of a king, yet he calls himself king. And they fought a war not only to rid themselves of a king, but to create the Constitution in which this country would stand on. And he is an absolute disgrace to the Constitution, and we could go over that. So, no, he actually doesn't want what the forefathers, the founding fathers of this country wanted. But then B, what the founding fathers of this country wanted was terrible. I mean, okay, they wanted slavery. They wanted the only demographic of people that had the ability to vote to be white men that owned property. I mean, they wanted women to be subservient to men, black people to be subservient to men. They wanted a country in which was devoid of equality, devoid of equal treatment, and more so just a playground for white men with money. All right, and I don't think that we should want that.
I'm not saying that I agree. Again, I don't necessarily agree with all of the things that he is doing, but in some senses, there are some things that he is doing that can be somewhat beneficial. Not necessarily everything, and I'm not very
Do you mind if you respond to what I just said, though? Because once again, you made the point that he is going to do what's necessary to bring us back to what our forefathers wanted. I made 2 refutations that I'd like you to point out. The first refutation I made was that no, he isn't, because he's a disgrace, abomination to the Constitution. He doesn't care about. He's violated it a lot, and even SCOTUS has ruled that he's violated it, and he's admitted that he's violated it, and he's admitted that he doesn't even know if he has to uphold it. But I mean, I won't, I'll stop my tangent. And then the second point that I made was what the founding fathers of this country wanted was bad.
No, and I'm not going to disagree that, yeah, what our founding fathers wanted was bad, but they gave us the tools to be able to change that. And I get that we have the tools as to be able to do that. But the thing is with those tools, it's going to be a lot harder for American citizens to actually make a change when we're all so divided.
I'm sorry, man. You're still not responding to my point.
Well, I'm confused as to how you want me to respond.
Yeah, I want you to respond because you made the claim that he wants to do what is necessary to bring us back to what Now listen, you said that he wants to do what's necessary to bring us back to what the forefathers wanted, and you support that. Okay? I've given you reasons why he isn't doing that, and even if he was doing that, you shouldn't support it. That's what I want you to respond to.
Okay, the reason I support it is because of the fact that at the end of the day, what choice does a person have, really, to make actual change, to get things to change?
Once again, that was a word salad that didn't address what I have asked you to address 3 times. I gave you very clear reasons why Donald Trump isn't bringing us back to what the forefathers wanted, and I gave you reasons to believe that even if he was, what the forefathers wanted was bad.
Okay, well, you're not necessarily asking like a direct question. You're kind of asking
So
like
the question is, after my refutation, right, do you still defend the proposition that you support Trump because he's bringing us back to what our forefathers wanted, or do you
I
concede that
do.
proposition? Okay, so if you defend that proposition, that would mean that you disagree with my refutation. So explain to me why you disagree with my refutation of point number one, he doesn't give us what the forefathers wanted because he doesn't like the Constitution and violates it a lot. And point number two, what the forefathers wanted was incredibly bad.
So explain to me what you believe, or not what believe, but explain to me why you feel that the forefather, or not feel, but why, or what, I guess, what evidence you have against the forefathers not, or being a bad, or what they wanted was being bad.
Slavery.
That's slavery. Okay, so one, Abraham Lincoln did also stop slavery. He was against slavery himself. Yes, he did own slaves of his own, but he did that so that he could make a stand and get them removed from slavery. Few other options from that
I mean, you're wrong, but Abraham Lincoln shouldn't be involved in a conversation about the founding fathers of America. We're talking about the people that drafted the Constitution.
This is okay. So I guess I'm just trying to find the right wording without like.
I mean, my argument's simple. The founding fathers of America were very moral people. The only people that they thought were worthy of rights were white men that owned property. Like, you get that,
Okay,
right?
I do understand,
Okay, and
I
that's
guess
really
maybe
bad,
I
right?
should probably. I guess I should probably become a little more versed in political stance and maybe do some more research. But because I'm not as versed. I honestly stand as a neutral party, but like I do support MAGA for a few different reasons. My reasonings as to why I support MAGA is because of the fact of, with America having such crisis and everything going on in America currently, you have to have a leader that doesn't necessarily have any fear of certain things, such as backlash and being told that he's a bad person. He doesn't care, and yes, I see that he doesn't care. And most people in this world currently don't care anymore about a lot of different things. There's a lot of different groups and agencies that don't care.
Dude, you're funny enough, you're still not responding to my first point. I was going to let it slide. I was going to let you move on and make a new argument, but even this new argument doesn't make sense. Oh, and he left. Okay, bye, man. I mean, hey, I appreciate you for coming up. And although the words that were coming out of your mouth were gibberish, at least you were communicating and gibberating in a very like calm, collected, kind manner. So I could appreciate that, right? Now we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got Aaron loading up into that box, and Resistance. Thank you so much for the meteor showers, man. Huge shout out to Resistance down below in that chat. I appreciate you. As well as I'd like to thank Ryan for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Ryan says, thanks to you, I think I'll want to do live debates with a different subject in mind. I love anime, so I'll want to convince more people to watch it. Yeah, good luck with anime debates, man. There's actually a very niche anime debate community on TikTok. They're insane. Have fun, Ryan. What's going on, Austin? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I sure can hear you. Dude, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. I'm open ears.
Well, I did agree with Trump, and I support with Trump because I think he's the best president in the whole world.
No, why is that, Austin?
Well, let's see. He brought down gas prices.
Okay.
He made some stuff a little bit more affordable.
Okay.
I can't say rich things because prices fluctuate back and forth.
Right.
And then I also agree with how the deportation about the border.
Right. Well, how about we start with point number one about bringing down prices? So he actually hasn't, man. He isn't really good for prices. I mean, I think that we could agree that when our government spends more money, like we're bound to experience more inflation in America. Now, he's going to spend twice as much money, or almost twice as much money, with one bill through Congress, the BBB, than every penny spent by Biden and Harris in the last 4 years, not related to COVID expenditures. Now, that's one reason why he's actually bad for inflation in America. And, I mean, historically speaking, he hasn't been good for gas prices either. Before he left office his first term, he told OPEC, which is this global organization that controls a lot of the global oil supply, to reduce their production, which increased prices. So I mean, we actually don't have a lot of reason to assume that he's good for the prices of anything, all right? And I mean, this isn't even touching on his tariffs, okay? He wants to impose tariffs in other countries. Well, it's the American consumer that inevitably pays that tariff, and that they pay it by buying products for higher prices. So there's a lot of reasons
we
to
could
believe that he's
talk
bad
about
for the
tariffs.
prices.
We could talk about tariffs because tariffs back in the day, we used it way back in the day,
Yeah.
like in 1800s.
Yeah, just like both you and me wore diapers when we were toddlers. Tariffs are really good for infant countries. They're actually required to, just lay the groundwork, the foundation for an industrial sect. But when the country grows up, it's not an infant anymore. All of a sudden the tariffs go from being a good thing to a bad thing.
Well, I wouldn't call necessarily a bad thing. Sure, tariffs bring up prices. Of course it does.
Right, and that's
But
bad. Inflation is bad. I mean, you should get this, right?
well,
'Cause,
you can't really call it bad. Not mean to cut you off though.
well, I mean, wasn't the first
But
reason why you told us you support Trump is because he's reducing inflation and that's good? So if bringing inflation down is good, wouldn't this imply that increasing inflation is bad?
because tariffs works like how back in the day we used tariffs to pay for the war. When all the wars was going on, we used tariffs. That was our basically IRS back in the day.
Right.
Was tariffs.
Right, Austin. Well, how about this,
So we
Austin?
just
I think at this point in time, I'm going to move on to the next guest. But, I hope that you could tune into the stream, maybe listen to a handful of things that I have to say. I'd love to change your mind, Austin. And
can I leave one more point though
For sure.
before we leave?
Yeah.
Do you call the protests in California a riot or a protest?
Well, I mean, I think in California, we do see peaceful protests and we do see riots. We see both. Now, I'd say for the most part, it's peaceful protests. But, I mean, anybody that's not on the ground in LA is not going to see this because guess what blows up on the news? The riots.
Well, I'll try to get with you tomorrow if you do a debate tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Let's go to get Mark K up in that box. And, like the National Guard and the Marines aren't helping shit. I mean, like when they're tear gassing peaceful protests and shooting reporters in the legs with like rubber bullets, man. Like, I mean, I mean, we could agree that's going to start riots, right? Like, I mean, obviously, like you don't need to have a degree in psychology to understand that when a group of people are peacefully protesting, next thing you know, they're getting shot at in tear gas. Like those people are going to get pissed. And when you have a lot of people that are really pissed at the government, I mean, that's when you get like the burning cop cars and, fire in the streets and riots and whatnot. So very, very bad, planning from the Trump administration there. Now, we're going to move on to the next guest. We got RB loading up in, everybody. If you are one of the 11.8 thousand people watching the live stream, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out that live with a handful of friends. What's going on, RB? Do you support Trump?
Oh, am I here?
Yeah, man, you are here. Are you MAGA? M-A-G-A. Make America Great Again.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, okay. All right. Why is that, man? Lay it on me.
All right, man. I'm part of middle class. I mean, sort of lower class, but
Oh, terrible.
anyways,
Terrible for you, man.
In Trump's first term, he dropped the gas prices to about $1.50.
How do you do that?
Well, they had this pipeline going on,
Oh.
and he got the pipeline up and running.
Oh.
I believe it was the Keystone.
No, it wasn't the Keystone. It was a Keystone XL, and they didn't get it up and running by the time that Biden had taken over. It was still under construction.
No.
Yeah, you could go to KeystoneXL.com and read it for yourself. I mean, they'll talk about how the Supreme Court under the Biden-Harris administration shut them down because their construction was ingressing upon indigenous land.
Okay.
That's just that's a fact, man.
All right, so I might be mixed up with the Keystone Pipeline, but at that time I was working for the gas company, and we were working like 120-hour weeks nonstop. As soon as Biden came in, no work. We were
Okay.
doing nothing.
Yeah,
The gas
there
companies
was,
were shut down.
of course, but that wasn't because of Biden. That was because of the pandemic, and that actually didn't start when Biden was inaugurated. That started in April of 2020, and then over the next 7 months until January, gas production went down and down and down and down and down. And fun fact,
Why are...
okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I just meant like fun fact here. When Biden got the office, every single month we saw an increase in the production of domestic crude oil. And in fact, Biden was so good at ramping the production up that by July of 2023, for the next year straight, we produced the most oil we ever have as a country, including more oil than what Donald Trump was able to get done before the pandemic under his first term. So I would argue that the Biden-Harris administration is one of the best presidential administrations we've ever seen for the domestic production of oil.
Okay, then explain to me why, like, people still, like, they are going back to work now and they're recovering, but during that entire time, like, there was, like, it wasn't, COVID was over. Like, the 6 feet thing was over.
Okay, but
and
just because people aren't social distancing anymore doesn't mean that we won't continue to see negative macroeconomic impacts onset by the pandemic. Like think about it, dude. April of 2020, that's when businesses shut down because of social distancing. Our unemployment rate was 14.8%. It then continued to go down and down and down and down until around mid-2021, and that's when things started to rebound in the job market. That's when things started to rebound in oil production. And then that's also when we started to see more and more inflation because consumers finally had money again and consumers were finally regaining their confidence to spend it. But I mean, companies were still just trying to get their feet back on the ground from the pandemic. And then we saw inflation hit a peak of 9% in 2022. And then things started to level off. But specifically when we're talking about, the production of oil in America, everything that I'm telling you is factual. It's not like I'm giving you a biased argument. You could go to EIA.gov. That's going to be the Energy Information Administration. And I mean, you could see the chart of how when Biden stepped into office, we had an historically low level of oil production because of the pandemic and because of businesses shutting down. But every single month under his admin, we only produced more and more and more and more. And then we were able to produce more oil on a month-by-month basis for years straight than we have ever in American history. So, I mean, once again, I think it's an outrageous claim to say that the Biden-Harris administration was bad for the production of oil in this country.
Okay. All right. One thing I did want to touch on was, well, you kind of brought it up. Do you think that COVID had like anything to do with the disregard of Trump's term? And then when people started coming back, right, getting, like you said, getting back on their feet, that's when Biden got elected. So do you think, people coming back and getting back to normal kind of upbrung the stats and statistics of what happened with the Biden administration?
So you're talking about like the bounce back from the pandemic. Yeah, of course. We could attribute some of like the economic growth under the Biden-Harris administration to bounce back from the pandemic. However, I mean, in every single context, Biden surpassed that bounce back. Like we gained more jobs than we lost via the pandemic. We went from a slight decrease in investment in American manufacturing to the highest boom and the largest boom on a month-by-month basis that we've ever seen. I mean, we went from 12.9 thousand barrels of oil per day, which was the max prior to the pandemic in American history under the Biden-Harris administration, to producing more than 13,000 barrels of oil per day for over a year straight from July of 2023 and onwards. So, I mean, we saw more than just a bounce back. We saw American prosperity and success.
Okay, but how much of that do you give to COVID?
I don't mind attributing whatever the level was. Rather, it was an overall level of unemployment, consistent job growth, GDP growth, growth in investment, growth in oil production. I attribute whatever the level was before the pandemic to after the pandemic and the growth that we saw under the Biden-Harris administration to bounce back from the pandemic. But once again, COVID bounce back could only account for what it was prior to when COVID hit. And there was a lot more growth than just what it was prior to when the pandemic hit.
Okay.
Right. So now why do you support Trump?
Like I said, in Biden, what Biden was doing was totally against middle class. We were paying more.
Oh my God! Wait! Whoa!
Dude,
Wait!
and the inflation that you mentioned-
I'm so sorry, man. Let's play a little game. Are you ready? So I'm going to name a policy that was designed for the middle class that the Biden-Harris administration passed, and then you're going to name a policy that was designed for the middle class that the
sure.
Trump administration passed. Okay? Because if you're saying that Biden wasn't fighting for the middle class, I think that that's preposterous, and I'm going to prove it to you in a game. So I'll start.
just
One
like
policy
how
that the Biden-Harris administration passed that was
gave
designed for low and middle income
Millions
earners.
of dollars to Ukraine.
Oh yeah, now you want to pivot.
In a government
That's so cool.
fund.
That's
just for
that's
them
that's
to
that's
pocket
great,
it and
man.
send it back to Biden.
That is so awesome that
Wait,
you want
no,
to pivot
explain that
into
to
a
me.
lie.
Explain that to me. Explain how Kamala fucked her way into office.
Oh, okay.
Explain-
So then when I exposed the little shit for being a little shit, all of a sudden he just takes a mask off and he tells you all how he's a little shit. Hey, sir, who did Kamala Harris fuck her way into office?
Some dude. I don't know. She's got a picture.
Some dude. Hey, man,
I'm not
this is the
letting you on
best
my
argument
phone,
I've
man. I
ever
have a
heard.
job and I have to
I
work
gotta
for
say,
it.
RB,
You can't
this is the
research
best
and
argument
sit on
I've ever
TikTok
heard.
and talk to little girls.
Wait, you said I talk to little girls on TikTok? Are you a little girl?
Yeah, dude. Look at your profile pic.
Wait,
You fucking want
RB,
them
are
so
you a little
bad,
girl?
dude. You want them so bad. Look at my profile pic. I'm so strong.
Well,
Look
thank
at
you for
me.
looking at my biceps, but I just want to clarify it. We need to talk about what you just said. You said that I don't have a job and I go live on TikTok to talk to little girls. I guess RB is a little girl. I mean, okay. And then he crashes out, he rages and he rage quits and he ran away and he left, man. And I just want to clarify that all of that anger, all of those big emotions, that was all consequential of me pointing out the fact that I would be able to name more policies that Biden and Harris passed by that were designed for the middle class and Trump. Also, I mean, I'd like to clarify, everybody, you know, like when like people, well, I've guests come up here and compare me to like a little girl, that's like misogyny, obviously. But what I said to RB, I'd like to clarify, was me just merely reiterating what he had said. He said that I am on TikTok talking to little girls. What does that make him? Right? That was just me simply drawing a conclusion from what he had said. Now, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Donald J. Trump. We're going to go to get that next guest on the live literally right now, y'all. Also, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 1 million likes, y'all. We are not even 30 minutes into the stream, and we've already had like 3 children rage quit. I mean, what is going on today? They are aggravated, let me tell you. Also, Veteran, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on that YouTube stream. Veteran says, let's see here, male boomers, grateful for the work that you do, Dean. Keep fighting the good fight, sir. Veteran, I love you, man. You're in here every single day. Let's show some love to Veteran down below in that in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much, Veteran. Let's give 500 Veteran W's while we're getting that last guest loaded into the stream literally right now. All right, everybody. We got that next guest loading up. Go and drop a MAGA accompanied by your age if you want to come up here and debate. What's going on, Archer? Are you MAGA?
No, my bad. I support you, man.
No worries. I appreciate that. All right, so here's what we're going to do. If you're MAGA, if you're from America and you're at least 18 and you want to come up here and debate, go ahead and drop a MAGA accompanied by your age down below in that comment section. We'll get you loaded in. Also, Juliet, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Larissa with the 8, Scarlett with a 5, and Erica, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Let's get 300 Erica W's down below, as well as Lillian with the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. What is going on, Jane? How old are you?
My dad supports Trump. Or he voted for him. I was wondering if you guys could talk, if that's okay. I support you.
Is he there right now?
He's in the kitchen. I can go grab him.
If you want me to debate your dad, I can, but obviously you're under the age of 18, so we'd have to do it right now.
All right. Hold up. Dad! Dad! Do you wanna do you wanna talk to like a debater about like abortion and stuff? Cause I got joined. It worked and I got onto the live stream. All right, do you want to try?
No, I want to.
Please?
I have a job.
I know you have a job. Please?
Jane, we'll let him work. He doesn't want to do it. Okay, unfortunate. Jane, if you could hear me right now, I wish that he was down to talk, but he said he wasn't. I won't pressure him into chatting. I feel bad when I do that, but you know what? If he does want to chat at one point, Jane, feel free to re-request. By the way, if we could please censor that word in the future, that'd be great. That job. Oh shit, sorry guys. What's up, Mark? Do you support Trump, Mark?
I don't, but my family does.
Okay, all right, Mark. Well, I mean, once again, if you happen to be with your family, feel free to re-request. But sorry, man. We're gonna move on to the next guest here. Everyone, just give us a minute. A lot of liberals with MAGA family. You know, I'd love to debate MAGA family. If you have them on the mic with you, I'll happily talk to them. What's going on, Channing? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please.
14.
Yeah, get out of here, buddy. All right, we got Braden loading in. Says they're 32 in MAGA. Braden, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
You have a fake job in Cookie King Mogs.
Okay, so it's a 14-year-old. You said I have a fake job. I will ask you to politely get a job. You probably have to get the work permit from, I don't know, like your freshman counselor first, though. And so we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Really hard to find anybody to debate today. The Trump supporters are scared. What's going on, Joey, and controversial? Are you guys MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
43.
43? What year were you born in? Quick.
I'm born. Why is that any of your business?
Because I want to. Because you sound really young.
Okay. Well, I'm not. 1981.
Okay, it says 20. Okay, so it says 20 in your bio. They're all over the place. Honestly, we have a lot of children today. For all the children watching, listen. Please do not request to come onto the live stream. Did they guess correctly on the year, though? If so, that was pretty good. What's up, John? You support Trump?
Yes, Cookie King Mogs you.
Okay. How old are you?
18.
Yeah, I don't believe you. You're 14 max. Moving on to Beth. Here we go, everybody. Wow. Why are you on live and not protesting outside? Because the next protest in my area is tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. to Joanna. Now, why are you on my live and not protesting outside? How about that, Joanna? Yeah. What's going on, Beth? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I actually voted for Kamala, but I was wondering if since it's slow.
I'm sorry, Beth. I'm really sorry, but please stop joining the queue unless you support Trump. You got to be 18, at least 18. You got to be from America, and you got to support Trump. What's going on, Braden? Are you MAGA?
Nigger.
Okay, it's just a child saying the N-word. Wow, okay. Hey, if there's any MAGA adults listening in, ask yourself why these 13-year-olds have more of a spine than you do. What's up, Victor? You support Trump?
Yeah, I used to.
You used to, but you don't anymore. Sorry, goodbye. Okay, so we have liberals and children. I mean, seriously, that's the demographic of the people in the box. Liberals and children. 15,000 people in this stream. Only people that want to talk are liberals and children. What's going on, Melissa? Do you support Trump?
I have a question about something you rage about quite frequently.
Are you gonna ask me about my anxiety pin?
Just the brand. Just want to know the brand.
Get out of here. Goodbye, Melissa. Okay, would you guys listen to me? Like, is what I'm saying going in one ear then out the other? If you're in the guest request and you are not an American adult that supports Trump, leave the guest request. John, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I was born 2007.
What time is it?
Arkansas right now. It is 4:48 p.m.
4:48 p.m. Arkansas. 4:48 p.m. What month were you born in 2007?
I was born January 2nd, 2007.
Okay, actually, John, you've come up before, and I remember disconnecting you. I don't remember my reasons why I disconnected you, but I'm just gonna trust that. I do remember you coming up, and I disconnected you. Whenever I do that, I usually do it with reason. Marcel, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Do you support Trump, Marcel?
Yeah.
Age? Okay, it's another kid. Close to 6,000 people are watching me right now on TikTok. Close to 6,000 people hear every single word coming out of my mouth. Now, please tell me this. Out of the 6,000 people, tell me why there's not one American adult that supports Trump that wants to come up here and have convo. Ask yourself that question. Oh, it's also not 6,000. It's 16,000. Whoops! My bad, chat. My bad. Forgot over 10,000 of you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My fault, everybody. My fault. Uh-oh. Wow, that's nuts. Now we have 17,000. Look at that. What's going on, AM Phony? You MAGA? terrified to speak, I guess. Holy cow! Honestly, for all all the liberals, all the Dems watching it, I just want this live stream to give you a little bit of hope. I want this live stream to paint the very clear picture that we're winning and that the Trump supporters are losing. What's up, Yasmin? You MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And I support Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, yeah, you want to be able to do UGC content if you weren't. Dear Lord, Yasmin, why do you support Trump?
I would say mostly just because of religious reasons. He aligns most with scripture. I don't know why the sorry face. Do you not believe in God or anything of like a higher power?
So let me get this straight. I'm a God-fearing man, ma'am. I am a Christian. In fact, I'm an Orthodox. I studied church history, and it is my shit. And for that reason, I could attest to the fact that the scripture does not align with the teachings and or beliefs and or facts associated with a man by the name of Donald John Trump. And here's why. Let me ask you a question. Okay? Right? Imagine that you were outside, maybe in California, LA, and you see a group of protesters. Okay? And these protesters were waving signs in the air that said, all rich people are going to burn in hell. Okay? And they were shouting at the top of their lungs about how evil they think rich people are. Where would you assume they fall in the political spectrum?
I don't think I understand your question. You're asking if a bunch of rich people are saying...
Not rich people. If there's a bunch of protesters that said all rich people are going to burn in hell with signs saying that all rich people are evil, where do you think they'd fall in the political spectrum?
I would say Kamala's side.
Kamala Harris' side. Now,
Yeah.
Matthew 19 in the Christian Bible, Jesus literally says that it's more likely that a camel will pass through the eye of a needle than it is that a rich man will enter into the kingdom of heaven. Ma'am, it is impossible for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle, meaning that it is impossible for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. And if it's impossible for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven, what this means is that rich men are going to hell, and apparently, according to other scripture, you burn there. And I mean, if good people go to heaven, evil people go to hell. So, in other words, those protesters would only be preaching the word of Jesus Christ in accordance with Matthew 19. And you're now
Okay, so
telling me
let's go
that the
back to what
teachings
you're
of Jesus
saying.
Christ in accordance with Matthew
Right.
19
Okay,
would align
so-
with Kamala Harris' side of the aisle. So go ahead and tell me what you have to say.
Okay, so what you're saying about the eye of the needle is actually incorrect. The eye of a needle is not what you're thinking it is if you actually go back into scripture and look up what that actually means. It was a wall and a small hole in a wall in Israel, and that's how camels would pass through. They'd have to get on their elbows, knees, and crawl through what they called an eye of a needle. You can look that up. It's correct. It's not actually an eye of a needle. So yes, it is possible for a camel to get through the eye of a needle. It was just very hard. So
Damn, you cooked my ass. You're actually right.
Yahweh was saying, yes, because I know my facts. So Yahweh was saying it's going to be very hard for rich people to get in because that's what they're focused on is money and not the Lord. So you're saying that that Trump's side doesn't align like Kamala's side, or that his side doesn't align at all, but actually a lot of things that Trump believes and a lot of things that Trump professes align with scriptures almost 100%. And that's along with abortion, that's along with even things down to taxes. And Kamala's actually, none of hers align with scripture. Along with that.
All right. Can I respond?
Yeah, of course.
So first of all, you actually were right about the eye of the needle thing. Anybody could just go on Google and type in, what is the eye of needle in scripture? The first thing that pops up is a narrow gateway that is used by camels to get into Jerusalem. So she was actually right. I was wrong. Now, I mean, that doesn't really change my argument much. It just says, it just reframed my argument from a bunch of protesters saying that all rich people are going to go to hell into saying that most rich people are going to go to hell. So, I mean, I don't think it really changes much from my perspective, but I do appreciate you for educating me on the historicity of Matthew 19. Now, that aside, I do think that demonstrates that like the teachings of Jesus in the scripture, economically speaking, do align more with the left. I mean, you will never hear a Republican talking about how most rich people are evil. And then B, you said that it's demonstrably clear with other facts of reality that Donald Trump aligns more with the teachings of the scripture. And I definitely reject that. One thing that you specifically brought up was abortion. Let me ask you a question. Are you non-denominational, Baptist, Protestant, Reformed, Catholic, Orthodox? What's your denomination?
So I'm actually something you've probably never heard of, but it's Messianic Jewish, and I basically believe in the Old Testament and that we should follow the Old Testament as well. But I also believe Yeshua, Jesus, is our Messiah.
Yeah, no, I'm
So-
familiar with Messianic Jewish individuals. I don't know why you consider yourself to be like Jewish. Like, I mean, you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, so you're not Jewish.
Right, it's just Jewish traditions and customs because Yeshua was a Jew, so
Okay.
he was Jewish.
It's like, like my familiarity with Messianic Jewish individuals is that it's aligned more with Jewish individuals, like ethnically and traditionally speaking, not like religiously. But anyways, okay, now I understand your denomination. So do you agree with Romans that all sins fall short of the glory of God, and all sins are viewed identically in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, should it be illegal to lie to your children and then tell them that Santa Claus exists?
Yes, and I do not believe in Christmas, and I will never be celebrating Christmas.
Why? I just want to clarify. You said yes, that should be illegal to do.
I think that it is unbiblically sound and that it does not follow the scriptures.
Okay, well, that's not
If
what I asked
can
you.
make-
That's not. I didn't ask you if it doesn't follow the scriptures. Okay, because it doesn't follow the scriptures. The question that I'm asking you is, should it be illegal?
To celebrate Christmas.
Or should it be illegal to lie to your children and tell them that Santa Claus exists?
So are you asking me, should it be illegal to lie?
Yeah, should it be illegal to lie to your children and tell them that Santa Claus exists?
That's a little over the top, don't you think? Should it be
I do
illegal
think
to
that's.
have free speech?
I do think
No,
that's
because
over the
free
top.
speech is an amendment, and we should have free speech.
So I just want to clarify
We
that,
should-
that your answer to my question is no. It shouldn't be legal.
It should not be illegal.
Okay.
To lie.
So then why should it be illegal to get an abortion, given that those two sins, lying and getting an abortion, are viewed identically in the eyes of God? If they're viewed identically in the eyes of God, then why should the hand of man write different laws about these sins?
So, okay. So what you're asking is that an extreme sin, you're going extremism right now.
You're
So-
falling outside of the scripture. You cannot say
No,
that
no, no,
one
no,
that
no.
one sin
I
is
do
more
believe
extreme,
that-
morally speaking, than
and I
another. If you
please
think that the two
speak.
sins are viewed identically in the eyes of God, as
I
soon
100%
as
do.
you announce a separation by saying that some sins can be more extreme than others, you're saying that these two sins are distinct from one another in the relevant sense, in the relevant sense of how they're viewed in the eyes of your perfect moral standard.
So the difference in these sins is the process that you have to go through to get them done. So to have an abortion, I have to go to a clinic, get my child aborted, whether that's taken apart surgically in my stomach or I have to go take a pill and hope that plan B works. Okay. So to lie is words coming out of my mouth, flows right out of my mouth. Your tongue is a double-edged sword, and it is as easy to lie as it is to breathe. Getting an abortion is a process, and you have to go get it clinically done. You have to get papers signed. It is a whole entire process. 100% is way different than just having something come out of your mouth. If it would be possible to have lying a sin and also a law that says, if you lie, you're going to jail. If that was even possible, yes, 100% I would support that. But it's not. You can't control every single mouth in the US. It's just not even a question that you should be asking because it's unrealistic. So if you're asking,
Okay, well,
Do
if you,
I-
wait. Well, if your argument here is that you actually do think that lying to your children and telling them that Santa Claus exists, that you like idealistically you do think that should be legal. First of all, that's crazy. But second of all, your argument saying that we still yet shouldn't have those laws, practically speaking, because we wouldn't be able to legislate on the lives of everybody in this country. Well, I mean, then I could just say that we shouldn't have laws, practically speaking, that legislate on a woman's access to abortion because we cannot prevent every single woman in America from getting an abortion. In the same
so
way,
is that why you're saying that we shouldn't have a law accessing abortion is because we can't?
That's why you said lying shouldn't be legal. Is because we can't prevent everybody from lying. Well, using your standard here, therefore abortion also shouldn't be illegal since we can't prevent every single woman from getting an abortion. See, I'm using your reasoning, your logic, your standards here.
I think you're making up your own
that abortion shouldn't be
reasoning and
illegal.
putting it in my mouth because I never said that.
Yes, you did. You literally just said that practically speaking, lying shouldn't be illegal because we cannot control the mouth of every single American. That is
I did not say lying should not be illegal. I said that it would be great if it could be illegal if we can control every mouth in the US, but we cannot. if it was possible, 100%, any sin should be illegal. I think that's the way Yahweh would have it. It is the way.
Wait. You just repeated what I said. Okay. So, and you said, quote unquote, it would be great that lying could be illegal if we could control every single mouth in the U.S., but we can't. Therefore, it shouldn't be illegal. Okay. Well, what's going to be the relevant symmetry in the context of abortion? It would be great if we can make abortion illegal, but because we can't control every single woman in the U.S., we can't make it illegal. I mean, that's going to be the symmetrical stance there. Because you're saying that your standard, in order to justifiably make lying illegal, would be this predicate fact that we would be able to control every mouth in America. Okay, and because we can't control every mouth in America, therefore you don't think lying should be illegal. Okay, well, we also can't control every woman. We can't control every uterus. Women absolutely get illegal abortions. So this would entail the conclusion that abortion shouldn't be illegal.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you know what the 10 commandments were called in the Old Testament?
I refer to them as the 10 Commandments. I don't know if they had a name specific to the Old Testament, but this is absolutely a detour to evade the point.
It's not. I'm actually getting on my on what I'm saying. If you would let me speak. So they were called laws. So what we have today, but just they were given directly from Yahweh, directly from our God. So one of his laws were to not lie. One of his laws were thou shalt not lie. So I have a question. You're saying that it's extreme. It's insane to have a law that says you should not lie. So you're actually saying that God was insane and extreme by having a law that says you should not lie. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
No, what I'm saying is that it's completely intelligible, incoherent, and crazy to run a criminal justice system off of the Christian religion. And the reason that I say that is because if you truly accept the totality of Christian scripture, then you accept that all sins are viewed identically in the eyes of your perfect moral standard. And when you accept that fact, and then you turn around and you use that fact not just to operate your own life, but also to control the lives of others, well, we have this slippery slope where if you're going to use the Christian scripture to control a woman's access to abortion, then you'd also have to say that we should also use the Christian scripture to control a parent's ability to tell them their child that Santa Claus exists, right? Once again, there is a multiplicity of things listed all throughout the Bible that are deemed as immoral. And I mean, you said that you're a Messianic Jewish individual, so this would mean that you also accept teachings from the Old Testament saying that, oh, well, it's immoral to wear clothes made out of multiple fabrics. I guess now in accordance with your standard of intertwining the church and the state, that we should use the state to tell people that they shouldn't be able to wear clothes with multiple forms of fabric ingrained into them. This is why I advocate for a separation between the church and the state. This is why I say that you should be able to believe in whatever the hell you want to, have your religious beliefs, hold your faith, let that serve as a symbol of peace and love that gives you hope and brings you closer to communities across the globe. But the moment you then turn around and you say that you want to use this faith to justify voting or instilling legislation that is then used to control the livelihoods and bodies of others, that it is symbolically represented not as a symbol of peace and love, but rather as a weapon of hate and division, right? And I mean, that's just a moral claim. This doesn't even begin to discuss the logical implications of intertwining the church and the state, such as legislating on a parent's ability to tell their children that Santa Claus exists, right? And for those reasons, I think if you're going to say that abortion is wrong because of your Christian beliefs, that's fine. I think that you have a claim to that, but I don't think that this justifies the second idea that therefore abortion should be illegal. I think if you're going to say that abortion should be illegal, you should have secular reasonings to justify that, not religious ones for the multiplicity of reasons that I just gave you.
So you're asking me to have secular reasons to justify why I think abortion should be illegal?
Yes.
So you're asking me to go against scripture. Do you know that's exactly what you're asking me, is to believe in something secular? You're asking me to go against scripture. So I ask you, are you actually Orthodox, or do you actually follow the scriptures?
No,
that
was a troll. I was an agnostic atheist. Now, if you think that using secular reasoning to justify legislation is going against scripture, well, then I want to clarify. Like, I turn around and tell everybody watching right now that a parent lying to their child, telling them that Santa Claus exists, is just as morally wrong as murdering somebody and ripping their head off. Right?
100%, it is just as wrong, and you are not God, and that's why you would never understand that, because you do not have the mind capacity of God. He is not bound by time. He is not bound by law. He is not bound by anything. So I promise you, Dean, he could love you more than you would ever imagine. you loving him. And of course, because you're an atheist, you don't believe that, and you don't even understand or fathom how God could say, I believe that lying is the same as ripping a child apart in the uterus. Hey, I just put those in the restroom. They're in the bottom drawer. That I understand.
Have you lied before?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, so who's a better person, you or Hitler?
Do you know a righteous man sins 7 times a day? That's what God says. A righteous man that will be allowed in heaven sins 7 times a day.
So just tell me, who's a better person, you or Hitler?
That's for Yahweh to understand, not me. That's for him to decide.
Okay, so if I say that you're a better person than Hitler, you think I'm wrong, and I have no right to say that you're a better person than Hitler. You know what? Actually, who's a better person, Mother Teresa or Hitler?
I don't even know who Mother Teresa is. I guess that's an agnostic. That's a
Okay. Well, use a better example because you're not Catholic or Orthodox. Like you don't pray to Mary. Who's the better person, Mary, the Mother of God, or Hitler?
Well, I know that Mary is going to heaven. I don't know if Hitler's going to heaven. I don't know if he asked for forgiveness before he died. I don't know if he died with right standing.
Okay, so you could say that. Wait. How do you know that Mary died with right standing?
Because it literally says it in scripture.
As far as I'm concerned, like the only denominations of Christianity in which uphold Mary to be infallible and like definitely going to heaven, like casting a judgment on her sitting at the side of Jesus, would be like the Catholic sect and the Orthodox sect. But I mean, just sure, if you want to say that, we'll just use a better example. Who's a better person, Gandhi, MLK, or Hitler?
Why are you asking me who's a better person? You should be asking me who's going to heaven, Gandhi, MLK, or Hitler.
Because you said that you think that lying to your child, telling them that Santa Claus exists, is just as wrong as ripping a grandma's head off. Now, I mean, maybe we could push it even further and say committing a genocide is just as wrong.
So what are you saying? That you think that it's
telling them that Santa
so
Claus
you think
exists?
it's different?
And if that's the
abortion
case, like, do you think that it's improper to say that Martin Luther King Jr. is a better man than Hitler was?
I think that MLK had better morals than Hitler did, 100%.
So
I didn't
ask you if he had better morals. I asked you if he's a better person.
Okay, I am not God, so I can't tell you where either of them are going, where they stand with God.
I'm just simply asking you if MLK Jr. is a better person than Hitler.
In my opinion, yes, 100%. He did many more astounding things than Hitler did.
So let me get this straight. You could tell me that MLK is better than Hitler, but you can't tell us that you're better than Hitler. What skeletons do you have in your closet?
I don't have any. I'm just very humble, and I know my God, and I know what I'm worth, and I know that I sin daily, multiple times a day, and I know that it is possible that Hitler will be in heaven whenever I get there.
Wait. It's possible that Hitler will be in heaven?
So do you not believe that? Do you not believe that?
Yeah, I don't know if I do. Now let me ask you. Now let me ask you a question.
I need your argument on why you think Hitler will be in heaven.
I have a question. So I have a question. What's worse, being an atheist or being Hitler? Because it's impossible that atheists will go to heaven.
So I want you to know it is worse being an atheist because you are not going to heaven.
Wait. So I'm an atheist. So you think I'm worse than Hitler?
I think that where you're going is worse than where I don't know if Hitler's going to heaven.
No. We didn't talk about where we're going. I just asked you what's worse, being an atheist or being Hitler. You said atheist, so I'm an atheist. Hitler was like surprisingly a German like Christian. That's what he claimed. Now this means that you think I'm worse than Hitler, right?
I think that where you are going, you are damned to hell, and I think that is worse than being Hitler. I 100% would take my chances on living Hitler's life than saying I'm a profound atheist and I think that there's no God. Hitler.
I have a question.
Would you say that?
I have a question. Hypothetically, would you be open? Like, okay, I'm trying to find a way to say this without it mean like, okay, this is a hypothetical question. Would you be open to getting dinner with me?
Open to getting dinner with you?
Yeah. Would you eat dinner with me? Would you eat dinner and talk to me? Have conversation with me?
I mean, I would 100 if my husband was there 100%, yeah.
Right. So I just want to clarify. If I'm worse than Hitler and you would be open to getting dinner with me, sitting down and having conversation with me, does this mean that you would be more open to get dinner with, sit down and have conversation with Hitler?
So are you asking me, do I think you're more of a threat than Hitler? Is that what you're asking?
I know you've already confirmed that you think I'm worse than him.
I think where you're going is worse than him. That never came out of my mouth. I think being an atheist, living an atheist, you just said,
Okay.
you just
So would you rather me genocide 12 million people or be an atheist?
You want me to, okay, I'm going to answer that question in the simplest way. I look biblically, spiritually, all I care about is where you're going, Dean. And I pray to God that one day that you can change that view of being an atheist and saying, I don't believe in God. Okay,
but this isn't answering my question.
Okay. Would I rather you kill tens of thousands of people or be an atheist?
12 million.
I would rather you kill 10,000s of people, because there was a man, Paul, in the scriptures that murdered tens of thousands of people, and then he said, I believe that our God is our Yahweh, he's our Savior, and guess where he's going? Heaven. Paul killed tens of thousands of people, cut their heads off.
So I just want to clarify that you're crazy. I just want to make it incredibly clear that you're insane.
So then you're saying the Holy Bible's crazy because it literally says a man killed tens of thousands of people.
Actually,
and then
if it's the case that you're just merely echoing the teachings of the scripture, then I am saying that the Holy Bible is insane. I absolutely am. So that's your view. That should be the view of any reasonable human alive, because you just affirmed that you think you just told over like 25,000 people, because we have 21,000 people on TikTok. We have 3,000 people over on YouTube. You just told us all that you would rather me be a Hitler 2.0 and genocide 12 million people than me be an atheist.
Right. And there were people in the scriptures that genocided people and then were forgiven by God.
You know that God himself actually commanded genocide?
Yes. So what you're asking me which one I would prefer you do? I would prefer you kill tens of thousands of people and then accept God, then profound and say, I'm an atheist.
So if you could
100%.
snap your fingers right now and prevent Hitler from ever committing the Holocaust, but it meant he was an atheist for the rest of your life, would you do it?
I would 100% rather Hitler go to heaven. 100%.
So you wouldn't snap your fingers?
Are you asking me to prevent 10,000s of death or prevent one death? I would prevent tens of thousands of death.
I'm merely just asking you.
Go to heaven or hell? I would rather Hitler go to heaven.
Holy shit! You know, wow. I think it's funny. That. I actually don't think it's funny at all. I don't even know where I was going with that. I'm going to stop talking. I actually don't think it's funny at all. What the fuck? Like, I think that, like, this is obviously very sick, grotesque shit.
So
no, allow me to finish speaking.
What do you think is sick and grotesque?
I think that this is very sick. I think that this is otherworldly. And I think that you're actively doing more harm to the faith by saying that your views are rooted in the scripture. You know, I hope that there is a couple thousand Christians watching right now, regardless of your Republican or Democrat, and I hope you guys are angry and bursting bursting out of your body with anger that there's this person that is preaching to over 25,000 people right now, saying that these views are completely justified, are morally true, and they come from Scripture. And if you contest her views, you're contesting Scripture. I mean, I think that every other Christian alive should be incredibly upset with you, okay? Because A, this is a complete misrepresentation of Scripture. I'm an atheist, and you have me now defending the Bible. Holy shit. And B, the fact that you believe these things to be true is just indicative of very severe mental degradation, is indicative of just S-tier level brain rot. I mean, I cannot believe that the year is 2025 and we have people alive telling us that they would prefer me committed genocide than me simply being atheist. I mean, that is truly outstandingly absurd. I'll let you respond to that. Then I'm going to move on to the next guest because I mean, like this doesn't deserve any attention. I mean, the only attention that this deserves is, me calling it out. I mean, that's just simply not okay. I mean, you should feel shamed by everybody watching. In fact, I would be surprised to find out that there is one other person in the totality of my live stream right now that is listening to what you say and agreeing with you. And I never say that. I never ever say that. But right now, there's seriously like not one other person watching that's like that thinks that you're making sense. And I don't think she knows how to unmute. So we're just going to move on to the next guest. Honestly, this is going to be like the first time I say this. Like, I'm positive that even every single Trump supporter watching this live disagrees with what she just said. I think that's probably the first example of, that occurring where I could say that with confidence. That was probably the first time ever where I've hosted a live stream debating Trump supporters, and then we've had a guest be so insane that I could say with confidence that damn near every single Trump supporter disagreed with her as well. I mean, that was so outlandish. Braden, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Cool. What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, what month?
April.
All right, tell us why you support the worst president of your 18 years of life, Braden. Take it away.
Can we first confirm that America was built on Christianity?
Well, I mean, if you want to call slavery and sexism Christianity, take it away. But I don't know if that's too good for your religion, Braden.
I don't really think that's what it was, though. Why do you think that? I mean, I know they did that, but
the original drafting of the Constitution included a fugitive slave clause, where if an enslaved person escaped their captivity and they were caught by any other American, they were legally obligated to return them to their captor. And as well as the way in which the Constitution was originally drafted, only white men that owned property could vote. So I definitely say that, this country was built on the back of slavery and sexism, as well as every other bigotry and ism in the book. Now, if you want to call that Christianity, go for it. But once again, I'll just repeat what I said 5 seconds ago. That's not going to be good for the optics of your religion.
All right, let me come around back to what you asked me. I support the best president in the United States. Probably because he's the only one that's doing it right. You got your Democratic president. They're over there literally having Christians coming in and trying to say something, and when Obama was talking, and they just all laughed like that ain't even funny, and then they were just playing it on with it.
You understand that Obama's a Christian himself? You understand that every president we've ever had has been a Christian. Do you think that Christians are oppressed in America?
Is Kamala a Christian?
Yeah, she's a Baptist.
She's a Baptist.
Do you think that Christians are?
What is a Christian to you?
I think that a loose definition.
No, what is a Christian to you? Not by definition.
A loose definition of Christian could be somebody that thinks that Jesus Christ is God, believes in the resurrection, and follows the Scripture. Now, that's not relevant because we do understand that being a Baptist is being a Christian.
Kind of relevant, though. Not really. Not my Christianity.
What do you think? So you don't think Baptists are Christian?
That's not my Christianity.
Okay, what's your Christianity? What denomination are you?
I've never really known what type of denomination it is.
So you're non-denominational?
No, it's just Christianity.
So, but I just want to clarify when you're telling me that you don't hold to a particular denomination that makes you non-denominational. Did you know that?
Grew up in
did you know that non-denominational Christians are literally Baptists?
I'm not Baptist.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like the closest denomination to being non-denominational is literally the Baptist denomination. I want you to go on Google and fact check me right now.
Hold on, Mom.
Yes, this is very typically understood in the faith that non-denominational Christians are usually just Baptists, but they don't want to call themselves Baptists.
Okay, but I mean, the Bible clearly states that we're supposed to reproduce, and then we got your presidents over here telling us that we should kill kids. That blatantly goes against the Bible.
Wait. It's actually funny because you said the Bible clearly states we should reproduce. This is
Yes.
funny. This is funny because even Jesus advocated for people not to have children, and so did the 12 disciples. Even Paul, okay, the rock in which the church was built on.
Where are you getting that?
I mean, feel free. I could give you my resources. In fact, I could even have my librarian
What's
friend
the
with 3
resources?
PhDs come up here and
Wikipedia?
demonstrate this to you. So, I mean, St. Peter even said that individuals shouldn't reproduce because Jesus is going to be returning. Now,
And what did God say? What did God say? Not Saint Peter. What did God say? In His words, what did He say?
I mean, like what? Like, this is a leading question. Where, like, what answer do you want me to give you?
Like what He said in the Bible, He told us to reproduce.
In like Genesis 1, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, well, that's Old Testament. When Jesus came back,
They're both
Jesus as well as his
applicable.
disciples.
They're both applicable.
So the reason why that's not true is because when Jesus
That
came,
is true.
are you gonna
What are you
listen? Oh my God, I listen, man. If you're gonna be a Christian, at least be educated. Okay, so the reason why that's not applicable is because when Jesus came back and fulfilled the Old Testament in accordance with the Christian faith, and then ultimately was resurrected. Well, I mean, what set forth from that was the belief from like even the 12 disciples, including St. Peter, basically arguing that Jesus was going to come back very, very, very soon, and because Jesus was going to come back very, very soon, and the end days were upon us, that there was no need to reproduce.
They believed the end days were upon Him, and then Jesus resurrected.
So after
And then
Jesus resurrected and hung out with him for like 40 days and went back to heaven, then they believed that he was going to come back and avenge everybody alive, and the end days were near.
And and that's still gonna happen.
You're not even listening to what I have to say.
No, you're saying that God's gonna come back eventually, right? After He went back up to heaven after 40 days, and then He's gonna come back and avenge the Christians. Are you not saying that?
Okay, you're not even following. How about this? Let's just go back to the basics. Why do you support Trump?
I literally said what you're saying, and you're avoiding it. That's what you said.
You're not. Just why do you support Trump?
Because he's not one of your presidents that's saying let's just kill all of our kids and then frickin' let everybody riot and do whatever and let frickin'
Wait. January 6th? Hello?
I'm not talking about January 6th. I'm talking about how Kamala.
So you just have to ignore when he like caused an insurrection and caused riots in order for you to say that he doesn't want insurrection and riots. Got it.
You're saying Trump caused that.
Of course. What? I mean, I think that's kind of self-evident.
You're saying he went out there, texted everybody else, and was like, yo, let's all go do this. No, Trump was just a figure.
Wait, let me ask you a question. If Trump didn't cause January 6th, then what did?
People's morals.
Okay, what morals specifically led to January 6th occurring? If it wasn't caused by Trump, specifically, what was it caused by?
I would say people like strong Republicans that aren't thinking very clearly and want to just go yell at people. That's what that was.
Okay, why were they there? Why were they collected at the Capitol building?
Because they wanted to get all this shit from you guys.
No, because Donald Trump called a protest. And he actually originally called the protest a little less than a mile away from the Capitol building. And then when the crowd had originally met him there, he said, let's fight. We're going to fight like hell. And then led them to the Capitol building. And then that's when they walked into the Capitol. Like it's just objectively the case that Donald Trump caused January 6th. Now, you could say that you don't think he should. And he left. Got it. Okay. All right. Well, ran away, everybody. We're going to move on to the next guest. He said, see you later. He said, goodbye. Let's go and get that very next guest up in the box now. While we are loading in that next guest, I got to thank a handful of you guys. Jessica! Thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Jessica, I really appreciate you for that love. Holy shit, Jessica. Jessica says, thank you for being you, Dean. I never thought that America 2025 would look like Germany 1933. But you give me hope that we will overcome justice and liberty for all. Jessica, I swear to God, we will overcome. Liberals hold the momentum right now. It is just an inevitable fact that come midterms, we're going to own the Senate and the House because of how bad the Trump administration is today. Now, chat, let's show some love to Jessica down below. Let's get at least 1,000 Jessica W's for the $100 donation over on Venmo. What's going on, Lexines? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
Yeah, what year were you born in?
2005.
What month?
June.
Oh shit, you actually are 19. It says that in your bio too. Wow, okay, I thought that you were a kid. No, but you're not lying. You actually are 19. Okay. Take it away, man. Why do you support the worst president of your lifetime, Donald J. Trump?
I just think that it goes against my morals, like as a Christian.
Oh, geez, we have 3 Christians in a row. This is pretty crazy. I wouldn't have expected this. You know what? We're just going to go ahead and run it pretty easy on you. So real quick, it goes against your morals. How does Donald Trump cheating on 3 of his wives, one with a porn star, go against your morals? What about when he turned around and advocated for the fact that it wasn't a bad thing? In fact, it was a fun thing when he walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls and grown women, adult women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Does that go against your morals? Does it? Or what about when he called all black people lazy? I mean, obviously Jesus wouldn't advocate for that. Or maybe like in 2015 where he advocated for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into America. I thought that Jesus' whole shtick was like equality for all. I mean, he even tried to reach out to the Jewish Pharisees that were trying to kill him when he was alive. Now, apparently it isn't anti-Christian for Donald Trump to advocate for the segregation of individuals of an entire religion. Right? Or even like economically speaking, what do we see in Psalms 32? Not Jesus, because this was Old Testament, but God very clearly advocates for helping those that are more needy than ourselves. I mean, it says in very clear text that if you provide to those that are more needy than yourself, then you'll be given great glory in the kingdom of heaven. Okay? In a nutshell, this is just advocating for helping the poor. I mean, is it helping the poor when Donald Trump wants to pass a big, beautiful bill that will reduce the after-tax income for the poor? The bottom 20% of income earners are going to pay an additional $2,200 per year in taxes. Do any of these things go against your Christian morals?
They do, but what Donald Trump says for our country, whatever he did in his life and stuff, that's not my business. Like, obviously I want him to go to heaven and stuff, but what he does for our country is what I'm more worried about because everybody sins. Everybody is sinning all the time. But what he does for our country, it's just...
Yeah, what's one Christian thing that Trump wants to do for America that you support?
Banning abortion, and I know that
I actually don't think that's Christian.
It is. It is.
Okay, can we agree that abortion bans restrict a woman's ability to access abortion?
Sorry, say that again. I was reading something.
Can we agree that abortion bans restrict a woman's ability to access abortion?
I mean, yeah, because it's banning abortion.
And you think that's a Christian thing? You think that God wants to restrict women's ability to access abortion?
Yes, it shouldn't be legal.
Okay, so if God wants women's ability to access abortion to be restricted, how come he didn't restrict it?
Because he wants us to have free will.
Oh, so he wants women to have the free ability to access abortion.
No, he wants us to choose him. And if we're not choosing him, then we're not going to go to heaven.
I just want to be very clear on the last 2 questions I asked you and the responses that you gave. I said, if you think it's Christian to say that God wants women to not have a will or ability to access abortion, then why didn't God just restrict that ability himself? Well, then you responded by saying that God wants us to have free will. Okay, well, if God wants us to have free will, then God wants women to have the free will to access abortion.
I mean, they can access it, but it's not what he wants.
Boom! Now you've detailed the Christian belief on abortion. Now you've done it. The Christian belief on abortion is exactly what you just stated, and you don't even realize it because you just said that they can access it, but it's not what God wants. It's morally wrong. That's a pro-choice perspective. You said women should have the free ability to access abortion, but if they do get abortions, you'll just personally perceive it as being morally wrong.
God gives everybody the option to sin. I sin every single day. That doesn't make me less Christian. Everybody sins.
Okay, but you're not respond to what I'm saying. You just conceded. You just said that God is pro-choice, okay? You said God is pro-choice. God thinks that women should have the ability, the free will ability to access abortion, but if they do access an abortion and get one, then it's morally wrong. That's a pro-choice perspective, okay? You could totally be pro-choice and say that abortions are morally wrong, but women should still ultimately have the free will to make that decision for themselves. So if God's pro-choice, why aren't you? She left too. She left as well. That's a hard-hitting question that she couldn't answer. We're on a roll today, everybody. Holy cow, guys. We are on a roll. That is 5 guests in a row that have come up here, made a point, not had a response, and left in accordance with their own free will. We're going to go to move on to the next guest, everybody. We are seriously on a roll today. This is crazy work. This is crazy work. While we're getting the next guest loaded up in here, I've been really focused on the debate, so I haven't been shouting out the donos. But there's a handful of people that I need to thank here. I'm going to start with Cheese. Thank you for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Cheese says religious psychosis is so real and people need to fear it so much more. I agree. I'm guessing that you're referencing the guest before last. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. That is crazy. Let's get 1,000 Cheese W's down below. What's going on, Brian? Do you support Trump?
I do. Now, I want to preface this that I'm kind of regretting my vote a little bit, so I'm kind of at an impasse with it.
Base, man, I apologize for cutting you off here, but are you driving right now?
I am, but it's over speaker. So
Okay, I apologize, Brian. The only reason why I had to remove you from the live right there is just because that's against TikTok TOS. But my apologies, man. Feel free to re-request when you're not driving. I just want to look out for your safety and make sure that this live is following TikTok TOS. What's up, Abby? You MAGA?
Yeah, I have to take my AirPod out. Hold on.
Cool. Yeah, while you're taking your AirPod out, don't worry. I got a couple people to thank. Once again, Cheese, thank you so much for the $100 super chat, as well as Bob with the $20 super chat. Bob says, I want to know what all these pro-lifers think should happen to the unwanted babies that anti-abortion laws are creating. What are they willing to do so these children's most basic needs are met? Not anything. They're not willing to do anything to ensure that children's most basic needs are met. But thank you for the $20 super chat, as well as Holly with the $20 super chat as well. Thank you for the love, Holly. Let's get 200 W Bobs and 200 W Hollies. Alrighty. Abby, take it away whenever you want. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, I support Trump just based on like the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta ask you. How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
Oh, it's lagging really bad.
It's not lagging at all.
My birthday's March 23, 2007.
March 23, 2007. Okay, so you just turned 18.
March. Yeah, like recently, like a month and a half ago, or 2 months. Sorry.
Okay, all right. And I do hear the delay now, so you weren't lying about a little bit of lag. Okay, take it away, Abby.
Okay, I believe in abortion is murder because it deliberately ends the life of a human being. From the moment of conception, a unique living human organism exists, and intentionally ending that life morally equivalent to killing. Science is clear that human life begins at conception. From the point the fetus has its own DNA, can grow and develop if undisturbed, will become fully developed human being. Just because it's small or dependent doesn't make it less human.
Okay, so your stance is that it's like murder to kill an innocent human, right?
Yeah.
Is it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient? You know, they're human and they're alive, and pulling the plug kills them.
Yeah.
It is?
I'd consider that. Well, they're brain dead.
Yeah, they're brain dead.
Well, why would you shoot them if they are already dead?
Well, they're not dead. So brain death just means a complete lack of cognitive function.
Oh, sorry.
But they're being kept alive by the life support. And doctors, in accordance with the family's will pull the plug on the brain dead patients, and that ends their biological life. So under your view, do you consider that murder?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, if pulling the plug on a single brain dead patient is murder, and this happens tens of thousands of times per year in America, and it happens in an organized, chartered method, would you therefore consider this to be genocide? Because we're systemically murdering brain dead patients, tens of thousands of them every single year in this country, and it's organized, chartered, and paid for by the state in multiple circumstances. Do you think that there's an active ongoing genocide in America today of murdering brain dead patients? Okay, she's gonna leave as well. Okay, guys, listen, we're gonna move on to the next guest, but if I ask you a hard-hitting question that shows you why your view is bad, don't just leave. Like Abby, like the guest before Abby, like the two guests, like the three guests, don't just leave by every single person that has joined this stream today, okay? Just admit that you're wrong and have a conversation with me. Wow, man. Dude, we are clearing today. We are on a motherfucking roll, let me tell you. Let's go and get that next guest up in the box. Here we go, everybody. Holy cow. All right, we got Waylon loading into the box. Here we go, everybody. What's going on?
Can I deport you on abortion?
Waylon, I get it. You want to argue for your own rights, but you got to be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live. They can't be a fetus. We're going to go and move on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. We're going to go to get it pulled up here. While we are going to thank Rat Liquor for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Rat Liquor says, my MAGA family argues that illegal immigrants don't deserve due process because they're not technically citizens. I tried researching this independently and found nothing. Love what you do. April 10th, 2025, SCOTUS ruled that undocumented immigrants do have constitutional protections. Thank you for the $50 donation. Let's get 500 rat W's down below in that comment section. We're going to move on to the next guest. What is going on, Cole? Do you support Trump?
I just want to say,
Another fetus! Oh, get out of here. Get the hell out of here, fetus. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let us know in that comment section if you support Trump, y'all. Let us know in that comment section if you support Trump, everybody. We're going to get you up here while we do. Let's see here. Honestly, we got a lot of donations. Wow. Okay, they're just blasting out to music right now, so we got to take them out. This was the very first donation to the live stream. This was an hour ago, but I still wanted to thank you nonetheless. Erica, thank you for the $30 donation over on Venmo, y'all. Show some love to Erica down below in that comment section. That is incredibly kind of you, Erica. 300 Erica W's.
You have a fake job and Cookie King Mogs.
Please get a job. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. It looks like a lot of people don't really want to debate today. All right, Lillian with the $10 over on Venmo an hour ago. Megan with the $10. Dira with a 5. Jose with a 5. Brian, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Ryan with a $10 over on Venmo. And Savannah with a $5 on Venmo. I appreciate everyone for the... They got an echo. I appreciate everyone so much for the love over on Venmo. We are all caught up over there on Venmo. Now let's get caught up over on PayPal. What's going on, Carol? Do you support Trump?
Hey, yeah.
How old are you?
24.
Okay, all right. Do you want to come a little bit closer to the microphone? You're just there's a little bit of an echo in the background because you're probably...
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. Can you hear me, like, now?
Yeah, that's a whole lot better. What year were you born in?
2000. I was born in December, though, so I know it's 2025, but I was born December 12th.
I trust you. Yeah, chat, feel free to go to their page. Seems to line up with what they're saying.
I look young. I'm 24, I promise.
No, I think they're 24. Okay. Real quick before we start a conversation, Sabella, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Sabella. Camden with a 5. Mike with a 15. Shout out, Mike. Mike says, thanks for all that you do. You're killing it. I appreciate you for that love, Mike. 150 Mike W's down below. Noemi with a 5. Alejandra with a 5. Erica with a 2. I appreciate everyone so much for the love over on PayPal. And then this was, once again, an hour ago. I'm so sorry I didn't see this, but Christian, I really hope that you're still in here. Thank you for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Christian says, thanks for supporting gay rights. The bare minimum, Christian. I really appreciate you for the $100 donation. For those watching, please show some love to Christian down below in that comment section right the hell now. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Christian. That is so much goddamn money. But take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right. I've been looking forward to debating you a little bit because I find you very educated and very articulate, but I also find you very arrogant. So I don't support. I believe you a lot on Trump's sexual history. I don't support that at all. I guess it just doesn't overtake my support on gun control.
We could hear the bracelets. I just thought I'd let you know.
Oh, sorry about that. Gun rights, basically. That's my thing. Gun rights is my thing.
Okay. All right. So about me being arrogant, I definitely can be arrogant at times, but I think a better question is who am I being arrogant to?
I understand. No, I understand. It's just sometimes when people talk about your physical appearance and stuff like that, you seem to get a little bit arrogant. You kind of get taken away from the actual conversation.
I know what you're talking about. I'm just so used to dunking on the haters that, sometimes I definitely dunk on them too when they attack me. Listen, I agree. That comes off as arrogant. That's fair. I get it. You know what? I'll concede.
You have a right to be.
I'll concede the argument. Now, you said that you support Trump because of gun control. Quick question. Out of the last 2 administrations, what is the only administration to pass gun control?
So, yeah, it would be the Trump administration.
Was the gun control they passed constitutional or unconstitutional?
Yeah, I would, unconstitutional. I'm open to hearing you out, dude. But the arrogance, the smirking, I get it. If you want people to hear you out, then, have a conversation. Don't give me the smirks and stuff,
Okay, no smirks. Now, why would you support Trump? Because you're against gun control, even though he's the last president in the last 10 years to not only pass gun control, but pass unconstitutional gun control.
I'm thinking more within like if we're talking about AKs, like things like those. I think people have the right to carry whatever. I just the when we talk about more heavy machinery gun wise, I don't think it's constitutional to get rid of those. So if you can no, you educate me. Educate me.
Yeah, for sure. So you should have voted for.
I'm willing,
you-
open. I'm open and willing to hear you.
You should have voted for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris's stance is that maybe we don't need ARs, but I absolutely do believe in an individual's right to defend themselves as it relates to like handguns and non-ARs. Okay, that's exactly what you just said.
No, but I think we should be able to own ARs.
Okay, now you're contradicting yourself.
Maybe I misspoke or maybe you misheard me, but no, I mean I do think we should be able to have ARs, and I think it's the Republican side that does agree with that, and the Democrats do believe in carrying, and Kamala Harris, I do know her
I
stance
have a
on
quick
gun
question.
control.
Do you think
Carries as well.
do you think that conservatives generally find a ban on ARs to be unconstitutional? Do you find a ban on ARs to be unconstitutional?
Yes.
Okay, well then you wouldn't have had to worry about it because the Supreme Court is 6-3 conservative leaning. If Kamala Harris won the election and she tried to pass an AR ban, it would have never made its way through SCOTUS. So I mean, like, why are you telling me that
You broke up
voted?
a little bit. You said 6-3.
Yeah, so why are you telling me that you voted in support Donald Trump today because the opposition wanted to pass something, but in all reality, it never would have happened?
No, you're right. You're right. I understand that. That's why I wanted to talk to you because I did say I know you're arrogant, but you're a very educated, articulate person. So I appreciate that, and I definitely will. Do you have any resources where I could look further into it, like any particular bill or anything? That's 6-3 you were talking about.
6-3, yeah. Well, I mean, just type in SCOTUS justices. They'll give you a list of all 9, and it'll tell you the party and political affiliation of them. Right now, we have 6 conservative justices, 3 liberal judges, and 3 of the 6 conservative justices were personally appointed by Trump.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. I think that's all I have to say. I'll definitely look into that more. I mean, I said, I'm open-minded. I'm not completely set on him.
Okay. Well, if you're open-minded and you're not completely set on him, do you mind if I ask you one last question to see if I can
For
get you to
sure,
revoke
for
your support
sure.
right now? So you seem to
Absolutely.
care about the Constitution. I mean, like your argument for why you support Trump is because you think that something that the opposite party wanted to do was unconstitutional. Would you still support Trump if he explicitly called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the American Constitution?
No.
Okay. Well, here's a screenshot. Wait, no, that's Tanner. Here's a screenshot.
Oh,
Nope, that's
there's
Abrigo
Tanner.
Garcia's knuckles. Here's a screenshot
Girl.
of Donald Trump explicitly calling for the termination
Okay.
of
Let me
all
read
rules,
this.
articles, and regulations, even those found in
Okay.
the Constitution.
Let me read
In
that
fact,
real quick.
the literal question that I asked you was not was a literal quote from Donald Trump. Would you mind reading this out loud?
You want me to read this?
Yeah, sure.
So, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have it's a little cut off, new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. I appreciate that.
Great. I mean, so you told us that you wouldn't support Trump if he explicitly called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the
Yeah.
Constitution. So there's a
got me.
screenshot of Donald Trump calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So are you
Yeah,
no
you got
longer
me, dude.
MAGA?
You got me, dude.
So you don't support Trump anymore?
No, I do not.
Dude, W, first conversion of the day. I hope you have a great rest of your day, Carol. Welcome to
Yeah.
the right side of history.
I've followed you for so long. I appreciate you. Like I said, I know you're educated. I just wanted to talk to you first on. So I appreciate the
Well,
the
guess what?
education.
Because you decided to join this live, you'll no longer be the bad man in the history books in 50 years from now. So appreciate
Hell
you for
yeah.
coming up, Carol. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Here we are. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Donald Jimothy Trump. That is great, man. Love to hear that. A good faith conversation, a very good faith conversation. I could always really appreciate that. That's great to hear. Awesome. We're gonna move on to the next guest. That is truly awesome. Wow, awesome guys, awesome. Amanda, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal, as well as Reagan. Thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Reagan says, thank you for everything that you do. Reagan, I really appreciate you for your love, guys. Show some love to Reagan down below in that comment section, as well as Charlie with the $5 over on PayPal, saying free Palestine. Free Palestine, you know it, Charlie. Thank you for the 5. As well as Ryan, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Huge shout out to Ryan. Bradley with the 5. Sarah with the 10. I appreciate that. And Lindsay with the 10 as well. And Amanda with a 10. Thank you guys so much. Lindsay says, not a brain cell found in these MAGA folks. Not many at all. Thank you so much for the love, Lindsay. If you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy is pretty cool, and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms, and you could even attach a message, and I'll read it off on live. And I, once again, really appreciate you guys for the kindness, as well as Wilma. Thank you for the $10 super chat on YouTube, and Casey with a $10 super chat over there on YouTube as well. What's going on? The L, do you support Trump? Are you MAGA?
Yeah. I'm also 20. Birthday April 7th, 2005.
Look at that. We're the same age. So why do you support Trump?
So is it okay with you if I'm in law enforcement, so I can't really talk about politics?
Well, I mean, if you can't talk about politics, I mean, I should probably move on. But I will tell you that there's nothing that legally restricts you from discussing politics.
Right. I mean, within my agency myself, I'm not allowed to talk about politics, and it's highly, it's not illegal or whatnot to post about it or whatnot, but it's highly suggested not to. So I do have a few points I wanted to make with you.
Are they? Well, if they're not going to be political, then what are we doing?
It's about God. I mean, you are atheist yourself, correct?
Yeah, man. We're here to talk about politics. What's going on, Dave? Are you MAGA?
No, Dean.
What's up? You support Trump?
Yeah, bro.
How old are you?
20.
Ashley, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Shout out to you down below. Thank you so much for the love, Ashley. Take it away, Dave. Why are you MAGA?
Cookie King mogs you. That's it.
Ah, okay. Get a job.
All right.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Donald J. Trump. All right, who's next? Let's try to get King up in here. We're gonna try to load up a bunch of Trump supporters. How would you guys feel about like a 1v5 or something like that? King, you MAGA?
Hey, nah, yo, fuck that nigga Trump, dog.
So real, bro. So real. What's going on, Paul? You MAGA?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know what? I this feels unfair. I'm going to get you a friend to debate with. If you wouldn't mind just kind of giving us a minute. What's up, Alden? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
19.
All right. What year were you born in?
2006. March 12th.
Yeah, that'd be 19. This feels a little bit unfair. Let me guys get you a third person to debate with. What's going on, the Corbino? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Corbino, are you MAGA?
Sure am. Can you hear me, though?
Yeah, I can hear you. This seems a little bit unfair. Let me try to get a fourth person up here to debate with you guys. Go ahead and let me know if you're MAGA down below in that comment section. We'll get you loaded into the live. What's up, Abigail? Are you MAGA?
Hi, actually, I'm kind of in between. I had a question. Just like a quick one.
Yeah, honestly, ask it real quick.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm kind of just getting into politics. Not really educated on it, but I know Kamala did some bad things as a prosecutor that people didn't really like, and Trump did good with the economy, but messed up a lot with like the pandemic and stuff. It's so confusing to me how like you could even compare them or decide who's better when they both have big problems. Like how do you figure out all of that?
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a task. Since you're not really here to debate,
Okay.
I'm gonna send you with a task.
Yeah.
I want you to go to my account. I want you to go to my reposts. I want you to go to the third or fourth most recent repost. It will be a 6-minute long video of me describing almost every single reason why I do not like Donald Trump. My task for you is to watch that video and then exert all of your effort trying to find one comparable thing that Kamala Harris has done to anything I name in that video. I appreciate you for coming up. Now we're going to go back to the hunt, you guys, because keep in mind, we're going to try to get, maybe somebody else to debate with these three gentlemen right here. So everyone, just give us a minute. What's going on, that slow 6-0? Are you MAGA?
Yep.
Okay, this seems a little bit unfair. Let me see if I can find a fifth person to debate with you guys. We got Ethan loading up into that box. Everyone just kind of be patient. Give us a minute. While we got Ethan loading up in, Fashiony, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. They say, hi,
Hello?
Dean, you're awesome. I came in the live to tell you, but I also wanted to ask about the guy that promised to give you 2K. Did he do it? No, he did not. I appreciate you for the $10, Fashiony. As well as Aaron with a 30 cents, Ashley with a $5, and Elijah with a $7. I appreciate you guys. What's going on,
Hey,
Ethan?
hello, dude. Can you hear me?
Ethan, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yo, what's up? So I'm gonna be honest. Like my little brother, he told me to come in the stream here. I'm not really familiar with what's going on here.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah. I just wanted to say one thing because I know of you. And I just want to say I respect your hustle and I respect your grind on the internet. You know, it takes a lot of motivation. It takes a lot of self confidence to be able to do all this. So, but I'm not really here to debate. So you can get somebody else in here. But I just wanted to tell you that because my little brother, he put.
Well, I appreciate you for your kindness, Ethan. All right, what's going on, Chaser? Are you MAGA?
Yep.
All right, welcome in. This seems a little bit unfair. Let me see if I can find a sixth person to debate with you guys here. If you wouldn't mind just giving me a moment. We're going to get that next and last guest up of the night. Here we go, everybody. Let's see. Who is that last guest going to be? If you wouldn't mind giving us a minute. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you'd like to come up and debate. Here we go. All right, we got Cal loading in. What's up? What's going on, Cal? Do you support Trump? Okay, Cal's not loading in. Okay, maybe we'll just keep it to a 1v5. Okay. All right, we got 5 Trump supporters on the stream right now. We got the Corbino, we got Paul, we got Aldine, we got that Slow 6-0, and we got Mr. Chase G. So let's have a conversation. First question. Do you guys think that Donald Trump cares about the average American?
I personally think that he does care about the average American, despite like what he says in debates, honestly.
Okay, let's just get a yes or no. So we got a yes from Aldine. What about you, Paul, the Corbino, Slow 6-0, and Chase?
Yes. I believe that, yeah.
Okay, so everybody on this panel thinks that Donald Trump cares about the average American. Question.
Yes.
Name one policy he has ever passed that helped the average American more than millionaires.
Oh, I'm being real with you right now. I don't know shit about no policies. I just came on here to tell you a bitch, Dean.
Okay, Paul.
Good job.
Well, I'm now going to focus on you, Paul. Everybody else, just give us a second while we focus on the emotional little man over here. Paul, I'd first like to set forth a prediction. My prediction is that you're inevitably going to run away and leave. Now let's see if my prediction runs true. So the prediction actually ran true before I finished speaking. What I was going to say is that when you inevitably run away and leave, you'll look very beta because you come up here, you scream an absurdity, and then you run away. I'm always right, chat. I have a crystal ball. So it looks like we have 4 people remaining. So I'll go ahead and repeat the question. Can a single one of y'all name a single policy that Donald Trump has passed that helped the average American more than the average millionaire?
Yes, I think that his stance on owning guns and like his protection of the border shows that he cares about the average American.
Okay, guns and border. First and foremost, guns. I don't see how guns have anything to do with helping the average American. Border, okay? I'd actually say that his immigration policy hurts the average American because mass deportation forcefully removes millions of people out of the American labor force. Okay, that cripples our industries. It reduces our economic productivity. Not to mention that undocumented immigrants, let me say 2 more things. Undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level, as well as they contribute $300 billion per year to the American GDP. So when you remove them from the economy shrinks, becomes less productive, and our government has less money to spend on social safety nets. Life gets worse for the average American.
Yeah, well, if they're not here legally in the first place, then I mean, I see no problem in deporting them.
Okay, well, you're just telling us that you still don't see a problem in it. That doesn't change the fact that it makes life worse for the average American. So why would something that Donald Trump does that makes life worse for the average American help the average American?
I mean, they take a lot of our stuff. I mean, they get like free stuff all the time. Like, they definitely take away from the average American. I think Trump cares about the average American.
And by the way, for everybody in here, we did have Aldine confirm his age. It checked out. I mean, you definitely do sound young. So maybe I'll ask you one more question to confirm your age. Do you have a driver's license?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what does a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line mean? Well, I appreciate you guys for insisting that he was underage, so I asked him for confirmation. So we're down from 5 to 3. Okay, for the 3 that remain, I will just simply re-ask the same question. All 3 of you confirmed that you think that Donald Trump is good for the average American. Name one policy that he's ever passed that helped the average American more than the average millionaire.
You want me to go real quick?
Anybody could go. It's a free-for-all. I'm 1v5ing, well now 1v3ing.
Got the Tax Cuts and Job Act from 2017.
The TCJA of 2017 did not help the average American more than the average millionaire. 80% of the cuts in the bill went to the top 1%. It cost $1.9 trillion. $1 trillion of that $1.9 trillion total went to people that make more than $400,000 per year.
Well, to be fair, the inflation under Joe Biden went up extremely much than when Trump was in office. So when I would go into Harris Teeter and get my groceries, I kind of like to rely on having like affordable prices, being able to like provide and put food on the table.
Great. What specifically did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause inflation?
Well, after COVID and all that mess, I understand. Yes, prices went up because ships were like stocked up. We couldn't get as many resources, and yes, that's very bad for the economy. But under Joe Biden and Kamala
want to
Harris,
clarify. I'm asking you the question, what specifically did they do to cause that inflation? Now, if you can't name anything specific that they did to cause that inflation, is your argument rather because it happened in our country while they were in the presidency, they should be held responsible?
okay, I'm gonna be honest. You do know a lot of your stuff, but I do wanted to talk to you about something that I really want to talk to you about. And this is because I'm a Christian, and I know there were like 3 Christians on here beforehand. A couple of them didn't really.
Sir, before we get on to God did, I would like you to explain the last argument you made. You said that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation.
So I actually have something to add about his.
Okay, so
I'll let him.
Corbino's
go.
okay. The Corbino's gonna let the slow 6-0 take over and add something to it. So the slow 6-0. What did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause inflation?
So earlier you were talking about the Keystone Pipeline, which I think the last person you were talking to about it forgot to add that he had halted the Keystone Pipeline, which had raised prices, and he had also halted federal drilling.
Great. So your claim is that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation by halting construction of the Keystone XL pipeline and halting federal drilling on federal land. Point number 1, when they stopped the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, that was a decision made by SCOTUS. Point number 2, because it was still under construction, it was not producing any oil. So when construction was halted, it did not impact the supply or demand curve of oil, meaning it did not increase the equilibrium price of oil. So that claim is wrong, and I just explained to you why. Now moving on to the second claim you made. You said they halted the production of they halted the production of crude oil on federal land. They actually approved 50% more permits for drilling on federal land than Trump, and this is why under their administration, we saw the highest level of domestic production of crude oil that we've ever seen as a country. How can you tell me that they were bad for drilling when the most drilling we've ever had under Donald Trump was at 12.9 thousand barrels of oil per day in December of 2022, but then under the Biden-Harris administration, we produced more than that on a month-by-month basis for a year straight starting in July of 2023? This is unfair. Let me add a fourth guest to the live. Everyone just kind of give us a minute here. If you're MAGA, let me know down below in that chat. I'll get you pulled up here, everybody. We got Andrew loading up in. Feel free to drop a MAGA down below. We'll get you pulled up here. What's up, Andrew? Are you MAGA?
Hey, Dean, I am a Christian and not MAGA, but...
Based, Andrew. We are just looking for Trump supporters. So, just to clarify, do any of 3 of you have a response to the last thing I said?
Not necessarily on the last thing you said, but going back to the policies, I don't necessarily know a specific policy that he has enacted or anything to necessarily better the American life, but I believe that he is in it for the people just simply because he is from the people, if that makes sense. I'm not very... I guess I'm not a professional in politics by any means, and I don't claim to be. I'm a.
What do you mean? What do you mean he's from the people? Also, the
So,
the slow
like,
6-0
he's
left. We're
not-
down from 5-2 now.
So I don't believe he's not a politician. I believe all politicians are corrupt, whether it be Republican, Democrat. I mean, they're all in it for themselves.
Can you
is how I feel.
can you please define politician?
A Republican, a Democrat, anybody who claims who claims a side, pretty much. I mean,
Okay, did Donald Trump claim a side when he ran as the presidential candidate for the
Yeah.
Republican Party?
yes, he did. He
So-
claimed to be a Republican.
So, in accordance with your
Um,
definition of the term politician, Donald Trump is a politician.
I mean, if you want to look at it like that, yeah.
I mean,
guess
that's
he
actually the
would
way
be.
you look at it because you define the term,
Well,
not me.
Okay, well, yeah. So, I mean, he would be a politician under those guidelines.
Okay, now you're lagging a little bit. There you go. You're back now.
I
Continue.
don't. What I was saying is, I don't believe that he. I know he's been Republican. I'm not sure how long he's been Republican or anything, but I believe that he's not a lifelong politician, I guess is what I'm trying to say. He hasn't made his money by being a politician, whereas I believe lifelong politicians are corrupt and they're in it for themselves,
So I just want to clarify.
regardless of
I
Republican.
just want to clarify that you don't think that Donald Trump is corrupt.
I mean, it depends. I guess it would be.
I think he's the most corrupt president that we've had since the Civil War. And here's why, man. I mean, hey, listen. In 2020, he launched the largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War when he tried to steal the election from Biden. It was called the fake electorate plot. So there were 7 states that Biden had won that he had lost. Donald Trump then sent fake slates of electorates to these 7 states with fake votes for himself that they then sent back to Congress. And then he tried to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real. And then this was his goal when he was screaming about how the election was stolen. In all reality, it was just an attempt to install himself in the presidency. That is one of the most corrupt things that we've ever had happen in this country. Not to mention the fact that he promised to release the Epstein files and he never, came through with that promise. And now we know, because Elon Musk told us, that the reason he's never released them is because he's on them. So this is one of the largest political scandals of either of our lifetimes, intentionally concealing documents from the American people that would paint our president in a negative light. And the only reason why they're being concealed is because they would paint our president in a negative light. I also think that it was incredibly corrupt when he said that he cares about people, that he stands for law and order. But then the moment that a woman is able to hold him liable for raping her, he turns around and says that she should be thrown in jail and that nobody should trust the courts. I think it's very corrupt when he argues that even though he was convicted of 34 felonies, the largest issue with this country is that criminals coming across the southern border that he falsely labels as rapists, P3DOs, gang members, etc., even though natural U.S. born citizens are 2 times more likely to commit violent crimes. And I think it's very corrupt for him to bribe the average American by telling them that he cares about them just to turn around and advocate for the big, beautiful bill that will reduce the after-tax income for 80% of Americans, including yourself.
So you believe that he so you believe he's not in it for the people then?
No, he's in it for himself. He's in it to stay out of jail. He's in it to make a quick buck. He rug pulled his supporters for over $20 billion, and he's in it for power.
Okay.
Think about it, man. If he can't even respect the checks and balances of our federal government, what makes you think that he could respect we the people? I mean, he's trying to consolidate power to the federal branch of government, and that's a given. He literally had SCOTUS rule against him, calling some of his deportations illegal, and then his response is to say that he doesn't care, and that he told an ABC News reporter that he doesn't even know if he has to uphold the Constitution.
Okay, so my question to you is, how would someone like him trick millions of Americans into voting for him if he is so corrupt?
Yeah, because he figured out that you could just lie to the face of Americans, and as long as you do it in a well thought out manner, they're gonna believe whatever the hell you say. Think about it, man. Think about it, dude. He lied to the face of all Republicans and told them that he won the 2020 election. Following that, 71% of Republicans believed him. He lied to America, and he told them that some of the economic hardships that have been experienced in America in the last 4 years were caused by Biden. Okay, there's absolutely no evidence for that. It was caused by the pandemic, but it doesn't matter because Americans are gullible. He was able to crack the code that other politicians had walked on a very thin line about regarding how truthful you are to the American people. Before Trump, American politicians definitely weren't the most honest people alive, but they would try to save face and just simply lie by omission of fact. Donald Trump, on the other hand, he'll just lie straight to your goddamn face.
Well, back to what you said a while ago. You said how you were saying like he was smart enough to lie to the American people. Honestly, I don't think he is very articulate at all in the way he speaks. And like Obama, he was articulate. I didn't like Obama, but he was very articulate with his words, and he was very persuasive, I guess you could say. Trump is not persuasive, and I feel like people they pay attention more to what they think he means rather than him lying to them, because him lying to people, I don't feel like if people thought that he was lying to him, that he would have got all the votes that he did.
He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his first presidency, and I mean, I've only repeated it 5 times. He told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told when he denied the outcome of the 2020 election. People just don't care. Dude, I don't even think that you hold red lines against Trump. Could I prove that to
you? Sure.
For sure. Would you still support Trump? Would you still support Trump if he boasted about perving on naked teenage girls and adult women?
Well, okay, so I believe that goes back to locker room talk, and I'm not saying that I approve of that by any means, but guys do talk how guys talk, and I'm not, like, I wasn't there, I didn't hear it or anything. I mean, I've heard the one audio clip where he said, what he said about grabbing someone, but I mean, to me, it's all hearsay until there's proven fact that he.
Okay, see, this is what I mean. Like, you cannot convince me that people wouldn't support Trump if they figured out that he maybe lied a few times, then turn around and tell us that you don't care that Donald Trump perved on naked teenage girls and write it off as quote unquote locker room talk.
Well, from what I've heard, that was not a teenage girl. Like, I would not agree with anything on a teenage girl, much less any woman per se, because I believe that is sexist, and I believe that shouldn't be said, especially by a person who hides.
If you knew with certainty that he did that, would you still support him?
No, if I knew with certainty, like 100% without a doubt that he did that, no, I would not support him.
Think about the conflict a little bit later on. The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with the vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so where did he say anything about a teenage girl in that one, or any? I mean.
You literally told me like 35 seconds ago that you wouldn't care if it was a teenage girl or a grown woman, so I don't even feel a need to answer your question.
No, man, and like I'm all for learning and changing my views on stuff. Like I'm not saying I'm right by any means, and I'm not saying like I know the right answers to every question or anything. I'm just stating from what I heard and what I believe in, like where in that. So the other guy
he was talking about Miss Universe, Miss USA, and Miss Teen USA, the 3 pageants that he owned. In fact, we even have Victoria, who's an adult woman now, but was a beauty pageant contestant in Miss Teen USA when she was a teenager, and she'll tell you about how Donald Trump would walk backstage before shows. And I mean, it's not like you got to take her word for it, because once again, I just played you a clip of Donald Trump saying that this is something that he does.
Okay.
Now, you told me before I played you that clip that if you knew with certainty that this is something that he's done, that you would no longer support him.
Well, to be honest, man, I never even voted for him. Now, I would have voted for him if I would vote, but I don't know. I don't believe my vote counts.
We're not even talking about a vote. Listen, we're not like in an election cycle, okay? We're still a couple years out. We're talking about your support for the man. That's what matters right now. So you told us that you wouldn't support him if you knew with certainty that this is something that he had done. Okay, then I played you a clip that demonstrated to you with certainty that this is something that he has done. Do you now completely retract all of your support for Donald J. Trump?
Man, I mean, based off of what I said and what you showed me, yeah, I would have to then.
So you're no longer MAGA?
I mean, I guess not. No, I mean, the thing is, man, I'm all for what's right is what's right, what's wrong is wrong. I'm all for human rights and people to just be treated right. That's, about what I stand for. I believed that he was for the people, and I will give it to you. You're very smart and you know what you're talking about. And I enjoy listening to you, even though, your stance is not 100% mine, but you have more facts and I actually learned quite a bit from listening to you.
Well, man, listen, I appreciate you for coming up. I really hope that you mean what you're telling us. Like if you mean what you say, you don't support Trump because you can't defend that. You'll be on the right side of history. I want our country to be better. And I want your grandkids to be able to look up to their grandfather and say that he made the right decisions back when we faced, constitutional crisis with the fascists in the Oval Office. And I think that's very meaningful. So I appreciate you for coming up, Chase. It looks like, because you conceded right there, we have one person left, that person being the Corbino. You're the last person remaining out of the original 5. So 3 of the original 5 left. 1 of the original 5 conceded and said that they no longer support Trump. Now it is just you. So take the mic away and tell us why you support Trump.
I just want to say one thing beforehand. You said a lot of stuff about people leaving and rage baiting. I give you my word, I am not leaving and I am not rage baiting.
Sure.
So, okay. I wanted to debate you on Christianity. Because you had 3 people beforehand.
We're here to talk about why you like Trump.
This has to do about politics. It has to do about politics.
So if you had to answer the question in 2 sentences or less, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because the Republican Party and Trump aligns with more of my Christian values than the Democratic Party does.
Sure, which ones?
So, are you familiar with the video of the Kamala Harris rally?
You're not answering the question. I'm asking you. What Christian values does Donald Trump hold to be the case that you align with?
Okay. I believe that he stands for not having LGBTQ, and he also stands for no abortion.
Okay. First and foremost, when you say that he stands for not having the LGBTQ+, are you saying that you want it to be illegal to be gay?
No.
Then
no, that is not.
Then what are you saying?
I'm saying that because he's having a law that's preventing people like coming into schools dressed as drag queens, teaching little kids, reading books, and having that propped on them at a young age. I feel like that's up to the parents. If they want to spread the LGBTQ to their kids, their parents, that's fine with them.
So what do you take the LGBTQ to be? Like what do you mean when you say like we're indoctrinating the youth into thinking that like LGBTQ is okay? Like what do you specifically mean by that?
You said what I mean by LGBTQ. I mean that it is wrong with God. In Genesis, God created us to be man and woman. That is the relationship that he intended for us to be. Leviticus 18:22 says, do not have sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman, and that is detestable.
Oh, yeah, truly. Let me ask you a question. So, you just like cited Leviticus 18:22 to defend your position that being gay is wrong. So you think that Leviticus tells us legitimate moral divinations from God?
Well, everything in the Bible comes from God, and it was approved by God. So everything that's in the Scripture.
For sure. Do you have a Bible in front of you?
I can go get one.
Why don't you go? Wait, you need 2 minutes?
Or no, 20 seconds.
Yeah, just go grab that real quick. I would absolutely love it. I would love it if you could go grab that Bible for us. I think that we're about to have a very interesting conversation.
Here, one more thing.
I'm sorry, man. I don't want to hear one more thing. I just want you to grab the Bible, and then you could share us one more thing. But I have an argument to make. Okay, you said that you do believe that the Book of Leviticus in the Christian Bible, describes the moral truths of the Creator, and which are still true until this day, right?
You're about to talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, are you not?
Sodom and Gomorrah is in Genesis 19. You don't even know your own Bible. I'm asking you about Leviticus. So in Leviticus, go to Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46, and read them to the class.
Leviticus 25, you said.
Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46.
I'll tell you when I'm there. Leviticus 25.
Awesome.
You said 46?
Verses 44 through 46 of Leviticus 25. I'd love it if you could read these moral truths in which hold true to this day out loud to the class. You got the mic, and please, sir, read them out loud, right? Out loud.
I got it for you.
Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. Go ahead and share these moral truths in which are true today with the class. Take it away.
I got it for you, buddy. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you, and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. If a foreigner residing among you becomes rich, and any of the fellow Israelites become poor, and sell themselves to the foreigner or the member of the foreigner's clan, they retain the right of redemption after they have sold themselves. One of their relatives may redeem them.
Okay.
An uncle or cousin or blood relative in the clan
I asked
may
you to
redeem
read 44 through 46. Now you're getting into the moral laws related to Israelites owning other Israelites as indentured servants. But the two verses I asked you to read describes the fact that God thinks it's okay for Israelites to enslave non-Israelites as human property for the rest of their lives.
Hold on. We were talking about LGBTQ. Why are you talking about slaves right now?
Sure, because it comes from the same book in the Bible. Are you saying that today it's okay for an Israelite to own a non-Israelite as a human slave for life?
No, you're deterring back from the thing that we were going of.
Oh, wow. See, this is a thing. You want to cherry pick the verses that you like out of Leviticus, but the ones that you don't like, guess what? You're not going to follow them. And in fact, you won't even go near them, sir. How come you don't want to talk to me about the perfect scripture and moral commandment of God?
No. If I'm going to talk, don't cut me off. Okay?
Somebody's getting a little flustered. I'm sorry that I just wanted to have a little Bible study with you and go over the perfect moral commandment and scripture of our Creator, sir.
I just want to let you have one sentence. I'm a full believer in reading the context of the verses. So is it fine if you want to read the entire...
Wait, I have a question. In 5 seconds or less, quick, what is the context of Leviticus 18:22?
I don't know.
Then why did you cite it? You cannot tell me that you're a full believer in reading the context of a verse as it relates to Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 just to muddy the water when I'm pointing out to you a very simple fact. That fact is that God supports slavery. But then as it relates to the other verse of Leviticus that says being gay is wrong, you don't know the context. See, that's very unfair.
Can I ask you a question?
That's very unfair of you, sir.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, of course.
Does it make you a believer in Jesus Christ? Does knowing you the entire Bible, front to back, make you a believer in Jesus Christ?
Knowing the entirety of the Bible? No, that's not what makes you a believer in Jesus Christ. But what makes you a hypocrite is for you to fail to admit that God says slavery is okay in Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. And when I point that out, you say, well, we got to read the context first. But you don't know the context of Leviticus 18:22, which is the verse that you cited when condemning being gay.
Well, then what? Well, guess what?
I mean, explain that, because I just want to catch you up to where we're at. You told us that Leviticus is a book of the Bible that rings true, perfect moral commandments, and it is true today, and that's why you feel comfortable reading to me from that book of the Bible when trying to justify the idea that being gay is wrong. Okay, does this mean that it's not wrong if an Israelite were to own a non-Israelite as a slave for life?
Then why, if
that's
this
not
is
a
right,
yes or no.
No, if this is right, why would God liberate the Israelites from Egypt.
Yeah, but for
Why
the
would
same
he take the
reason,
Israelites
for the same reason, in Leviticus 25, it says that an Israelite can't enslave another Israelite. Apparently, he doesn't like it when his people are owned as human property for life, but as long as it's his people owning others as human property for life, he has no qualms. I mean, this is even described in Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 45. Now, I want to clarify that I asked you a question about Scripture, and you question that Scripture. Why are you questioning that Scripture when less than 5 minutes ago you told us that Scripture is a perfect moral divination of your Creator?
Well, one thing you told me, you said that Israelites cannot take Israelites as slaves. I have a study Bible which will tell me exactly what that verse was. Which one was your...
Reread it. It says that if you're an Israelite, you may own your male and female slaves from the countries around you. I mean, it says it very clearly. I mean, all of a sudden, it's like the clearest text.
Oh, bingo. I got the answer.
Is completely unclear when it's about something you don't like. I don't know.
Why did God allow the Israelites to purchase slaves? Under Hebrew law, slaves were treated differently from slaves in other nations. They were seen as human beings with dignity, as not animals. Hebrew slaves, for example, took part in religious festivals and rested on the Sabbath. Nowhere does the Bible condone slavery, but it recognizes its existence. God's laws offered many guidelines for treating slaves properly.
So I want to clarify, it's okay to own humans as property for life as long as you let them off for one day of the week and you let them engage in religious festivities?
Well, after Jesus Christ died, that all changed.
Oh, okay. So then it changed as it relates to Leviticus 18:22. Leviticus 18 verse 22, right? Oh, wait, no, it didn't, because it wasn't even 10 minutes ago when you told me that being gay is wrong today because of Leviticus 18:22.
That's for people.
Where do we go from here, man? I mean, you're the one that told me that Leviticus 18:22 rings true today, and that's why you think that it's wrong to be gay, and that's why you support anti-gay movements included in the GOP. But as it relates to Leviticus 25, don't worry, guys. When Jesus came back, that all changed, and all of a sudden, we're not following that scripture.
Well, do you want to talk about LGBTQ now?
I mean, we've been talking about it this whole time. I mean, this whole time we've been discussing your basis for your moral foundation that leads you to the conclusion that being gay is wrong. Okay, that moral foundation. An example you gave me of it was Leviticus 18 verse 22. Okay, well, I mean, what is it, man? Do you accept or do you reject Leviticus? I think that we just need a very clear answer here. Do you accept Leviticus or do you reject Leviticus?
I accept it.
Okay, so then you think it's okay for an Israelite to own a non-Israelite as human property for life, right?
If that's what's in the Bible, yes, I do.
Okay, so let me get this straight. If I'm attracted to a man, that's sending me to hell. But if somebody from Israel owns me as property for life, that's ordained and accepted and called good by God?
Well, slavery isn't really much of a thing anymore, is it?
Okay, well, no, it is. It is. There is a chattel slavery in Libya. There's chattel slavery in the Congo. You just simply don't know about it because you're not educated. But I don't think that this changes or even answers the question that I asked. So because the question that I asked was just to clarify that two men holding hands, wrong, terrible, evil, going to hell, but an Israelite owning a non-Israelite as a literal fucking chattel slave going to heaven.
Whoa. Not really. I mean, I don't really like swearing, but
okay, but you do like slavery. Come on, give me a break.
I said
give me a break.
I said swearing.
I know you're condemning my swearing, but you're not condemning slavery. I think that we have larger issues at hand.
Okay, in the Bible, it also says that Jesus Christ died for the past, the present, and the future, and he also said that I don't know who those slave owners are. They have sinned. Yes, owning a slave is a sin.
Okay, well, not according. Okay, so then God contradicted himself because he explicitly made it clear that it's not a sin in Leviticus 25.
It was specific to that time.
Oh, quite well. If Leviticus 25 is specific to that time, so is Leviticus 18. But no, it's not, because you referenced Leviticus 18 when justifying why being gay is wrong today.
Well, I'll have you know this. I don't know who those slave owners were.
I want you to give me a very direct response to what I just pointed out. How can you say that Leviticus 25 doesn't apply today, but Leviticus 18 does? I want you to very directly answer that question.
Every bit of the Bible applies today.
Okay, is Leviticus 25 a part of every bit of the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, so now you're contradicting what you said less than 30 seconds ago when you said that it didn't apply today.
I give you this. I was wrong, but yes, it does apply to today.
Okay, all right. So then once again, I just want to be clear on your view here. Two men holding hands, always wrong. Chattel slavery, it's actually good in some scenarios.
Well, if that's a sin, then that's wrong in God's eyes.
Do you understand how insane that view is? Like, basically, what you're saying is that you would prefer a man to own another human as property for life compared to kissing another guy.
Never did I say that.
That's entailed from your stance because you think that slavery can be good, but I mean, being gay is very wrong, right? So you would rather a man own another. Okay, so then you reject the teachings of God as detailed in Leviticus 25.
I do not.
Of course you are.
I said I don't reject it, and I never said that.
Well, then if you don't reject it, then you can't possibly say that chattel slavery is always bad because he very clearly says that it's okay for Israelites owning non-Israelites.
I want to tell you this. I know you know who Jeffrey Dahmer is, right?
Yeah, I do. I wish I knew how it was relevant to our discussion.
It is. Because you're talking about the sin and some people being crazy about God's laws. I believe that Jeffrey Dahmer went to heaven.
Okay, you telling me that you think a serial killer went to heaven does not help you, A, and B, it does not address my contention to your position.
Well, it does because you called my belief crazy. And a lot of people will probably think that Jeffrey Dahmer going to heaven, and like you said to Yasmin earlier, that Hitler possibly.
Can we just clarify that you actually haven't pushed back against my position? You're just deflecting. Do you know what my position is that I want you to address?
What is your position?
You said that being gay is wrong, and then you referenced Leviticus 18:22 to justify that belief, but you're not willing to say that slavery is okay, even though it says so in Leviticus 25. So why do you reject some parts of Leviticus, but you accept other parts of Leviticus?
It also said in the Bible that it does not condone slavery. Did it not? Well, I read you that exact part. It says nowhere in the Bible does it condone slavery.
We've been talking about the part of the Bible that. We've been talking about the part of the Bible that condones slavery. Sir, once again, read Leviticus 25:44. That one verse. Just read it to us. This is like a level of cognitive dissonance I've never experienced before. Read one verse. Leviticus 25:44.
I'm sure. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you.
That's not condoning slavery?
From them you may buy slaves.
That's not condoning slavery?
Here, look at this. Why did God allow the Israelites to purchase slaves? Under Hebrew laws, slaves were treated differently from slaves in other nations.
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. You're condoning slavery because you think their treatment was just.
Nowhere does the Bible condone slavery, but it recognizes
You idiot. You absolute idiot. You just read off a verse that, no, you're an absolute fucking idiot. You just read the verse that said you may buy slaves. And then even in the synopsis from your study Bible, the first thing it says is, why did God allow them to buy slaves? That's condoning slavery. What is going on? I mean, you read the verse, okay, your male and female slaves may be bought from these countries. You read the study Bible. Why does God allow slavery? But then you go on to say that this isn't condoning slavery? Sir, if you're my child, okay, and I allow you to take my handgun out of my nightstand drawer, and I say that you may take that handgun and shoot up a school, am I condoning school shooting?
Did you mute me?
I did. So now answer that question. Am I condoning school shooting? If you're my child, I allow you to take my handgun. That
doesn't mean God is.
No. Answer my question. Would I be condoning school shooting if you're my child and I allowed you to take my handgun out of my closet and I said that you may take it to school and shoot your friends? Am I condoning school shooting?
Are you aware that your child's going to shoot up a school?
I'm literally saying that he may do it.
Are you aware that he's going to shoot up a school?
Yeah, of course. I'm all-knowing. Sure.
Well, then you're condoning it, yes.
Okay, is God all-knowing? Was he aware that the Israelites were going to turn around and own slaves after he said they may own slaves?
Yep.
Okay, then he's condoning it too.
Well, then, okay, what about the calf?
Wait, there's nothing to pivot to, but this is with the part where you concede.
There is
There is something to pivot to?
I'm not conceding.
Okay, well then this is
No.
why I called you an idiot. like, dude, come on, please. It's like very simple. If I tell my son that he may take a gun and shoot up a school, and I know he's going to do it, and he does. That's me condoning it. God says that you may own slaves, and he knows that they will. That's him condoning it. There's no relevant distinction. Like fuck. Let's just make it more comparable. If you're my son, and I say that you may own slaves, and then you turn around and you own slaves, am I condoning you owning slaves?
You literally have not let me speak one bit.
I just please answer my question. If you're my son and I say that you
No,
may
you
own
answer
slaves
my-
and I tell you where you could get them from and you turn around and you do own slaves, am I condoning you owning slaves?
No, I've been answering all your questions. This time you get to answer one of mine.
No, you're going to answer my question, sir.
I've been answering your questions all around.
So I just
dude.
want to clarify that you are now refusing to answer my question.
No, hit me again.
So if you're my son, I'm your dad, and I tell you that you may own slaves, you're allowed to do it. I even tell you where to get them from. You turn around and you own a slave, and I know this. Am I condoning you owning slaves?
Yes, you are. And more in morality, yes.
So you agreed that's exactly what God is doing.
I do not.
Did God say that they may own slaves?
God has a plan.
I just want a yes or no. Did God say that they may own slaves?
In that Bible verse, yes, it did.
Okay. Did he say, and then from your study Bible verse, the first question was, why did God allow them to? So he's allowing them to. And then does he know that they'll turn around and do it?
God is all knowing, so yes, he
Great.
knows.
So that's exactly what God did.
But God knew about the golden calf.
Don't
deflect about the golden calf.
What?
Do you not know about the
So
golden calf?
I just want to clarify that you told me if you're my son and I'm your dad, and I say you may own slaves, you're allowed to, and I tell you where to get them from, and I know that you're going to go and
You're
own a slave.
pivoting back to your old thing.
I just want to clarify that you said if you're my son and I'm your dad, and I tell you that you may own slaves, you're allowed to do it, and I tell you where to get them from, and then you turn around and you do it, and I know this. You did say that, yeah, that'd be me, right, condoning you owning a slave. Then you agreed that God allowed the Israelites to own slaves. You agreed that God told them where to get them from. You agree that God said that they may do it, and because God is all-knowing, you also agree that therefore God knew that they would do it. I mean, those were the 4 criteria that I had to meet in the hypothetical I gave you for you to say that I'd be condoning you owning slaves. So obviously God's meeting them too, which would mean that God is condoning the ownership of slaves. Like, I mean, this is so easy. This is so easy. This is ridiculously easy.
You've already gotten the answers you want out of me, buddy.
But can you like at least acknowledge there how God is fulfilling all of the criteria in which you agree to as it relates to him condoning an action?
What's that?
Can you agree that God would be fulfilling all criteria that are related to him condoning the action of the Israelites owning slaves?
I guess he's condoning it then.
Great. You want to move on to abortion?
I want to move on to LGBTQ, like I talked to you about a long time ago.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Please.
What do you want to talk about?
I just want to talk about how I know that in the Bible it says, I told you, Leviticus. I know you obviously don't like it, but it says, do not.
I have a couple donations to read off. I'm sorry, man. I'm just a little bit behind here.
No,
Vic,
fine.
I appreciate you for the $20 over on Venmo. Vic says you're teaching more young people about relevant American policy than any public school curriculum would, and that sounds like a very real job to me. Thank you and keep it up. I appreciate you for the $20, Vic. Show some love to Vic down below in that comment section. As well as McKenna, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo as well. Sid, thank you for the $15. Sid says, hi, while you have a lot of viewers, when you have time, can you please address the Adriana Smith situation? It would be good for to put that on a lot of people's radar. Yeah, sure. I was actually planning to go over that with him when we have a discussion about abortion. I did see some people in the comment section saying that people are requesting that in Discord. In fact, I even have like a relevant fact sheet popped up already on my Google circulating the facts that we know to be true of Adriana Smith. So I do appreciate you for the $15 over on Venmo, as well as Rainey with the $15 on Venmo. Rainey says the same thing, asking if I could talk about Adriana Smith. As I said to Sid, absolutely. I appreciate you for the $15, Rainey. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Jennifer said, Dean, how's it going tonight? Yeah, these guests fucking suck. I'm not having fun at all tonight, Jennifer. But I do appreciate you for the $25 donation. As well as Marley, thank you for the $10. And Dean, just thank you for all of it. I appreciate you for the love, Marley. And then Sandra with a $50 donation over on Venmo. saying thank you for dunking on him, Sandra. I really appreciate you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Dude, I want to see 500 Sandra W's down below in that chat, literally right now. Show some love to Sandra right the hell now. Thank you so much. It's so much money. As well as Adana, thank you so much for the $5. And Wayne, thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Let's get 1,000 Wayne W's down below in that chat. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Wayne. Jesus Christ. Bruce Wayne, back in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, show some love to Wayne down below in that comment section. Literally right the hell now. Let's get 1,000 Wayne W's. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Wayne. Holy shit. Yeah, the Corbin. Are you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I had to turn my mic off before you
Okay,
me.
at this point, I'm basically done with my conversation with you. I think that you've demonstrated to be a very bad faith actor. When you're lost in the sauce in a conversation, you just deny like a toddler. It's made me very upset. It's increased my cortisol levels, and I apologize if I'm coming off as pompous, arrogant, or rude to you. But I'm just trying to be honest, right? I mean, Christian Bible calls for honesty. Now, before we do move on, before I move on, okay, you're not going to move on with me to the next.
I just
guest.
have one more correction.
Well, there's something I wanted to ask you about. I mean,
the Lord was not condoning slavery. It's His allowance for free will that He gave us while.
Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong, buddy. You already conceded that He condoned it. You're not going to take that one back. But I have a question for you. Are you ready?
What do you got?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so you told me that the two reasons that you support Trump is because you hate gay people and on abortion. So, I mean, we've completely exhausted the justification for your first point. I've shown you just to be an absolute hypocrite as it relates to what you follow and what you don't follow from your holy scripture. But as it relates to your second point about abortion, there's been a lot of very bad outcomes of Donald Trump's abortion policy, and I want to see how you feel about them. So one bad outcome of all of Donald Trump's abortion policy is the fact that there's 60 pregnant rape victims that are denied access to abortion every single 24 hours like clockwork. Okay? Do you agree with this? Do you disagree with this? Do you recognize this as bad?
Say it again.
Every single 24 hours in America, there is 60 pregnant rape victims that are denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states merely because Donald Trump gave the states the ability to draft their own legislation. As well as, in some states, there have been incredibly restrictive abortion bans, such as the heartbeat ban in Georgia, which has led to women, such as Adriana Smith, being declared brain dead after suffering multiple brain clots at 9 weeks pregnant, in which then the state has forced the family and forced the hospital to keep her alive, connected to life support, just to sustain the life of the fetus, even though this fetus now at 22 weeks is showing very strong signs about potential disabilities and which will lead to a non-viable life. So in other words, they're keeping this brain dead woman alive as a mere means to an end of keeping the fetus alive, even though we now have strong reason to believe that that fetus is not even viable. Can we agree that that is absolutely sick, deplorable, and disgusting, just sincerely barbaric?
Well, when you talk about abortion and it being banned, then what's stopping people from getting illegal abortions?
What's stopping people from getting illegal abortions? Nothing. That's why we
They're
should
under
have.
the table.
That's why we
I know.
should have legal abortions so they're safe. But you're not answering to anything I just said.
Well, you did do a mouthful. So, I mean, if you want to pick and choose the parts that you talked about, then go for it.
So Donald Trump's abortion policy has led to very barbaric, sick, and deplorable outcomes, such as brain-dead women being kept alive on ventilators just to sustain the life of a non-viable fetus, and 60 pregnant rape victims per day being denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states.
You were talking about rapists, right?
So victims of rape that got pregnant are being denied access to abortion, and brain-dead women are being kept alive on ventilators to sustain the life of non-viable fetuses.
Well, why would you kill a child if you can just leave it up for adoption or send it to a foster family? I mean, I don't see the issue in that. Because aborting a child is murder.
So you think that they should keep the brain dead patient alive, even though the fetus's life is non-viable and won't be able to put up for adoption? And you think that it's murder when a victim of rape says that they do not give consent to the fetus trawling from their bodily resources and they evict it from their womb?
Is being brain dead, does that declare them officially dead?
So they're brain dead, however, they're still biologically alive.
Well, if they're brain dead, then that you means brain dead, which means all the rest of their body's alive, right?
Right.
So keep them alive.
To keep them alive too. So I mean, I just want to clarify. You think
I mean, there's a chance that they could come back, right?
No, there's no chance.
There's always a chance, and God, if God wants it to happen, it's going to happen. There's people that I know that have literally died. There's one dude that got in a...
All right, man. We're going to move on to the next guest. He just simply wasn't aligned with reality. Okay, I'm so sorry. Like, there's people in the Discord that are like freaking out right now. This dude, Dean, bro, he got a whole $50 donation from him to talk about it, but then forgot to talk about it. Like, what? Bro, what do you think we're talking about? What is going on in my Discord right now? There's mayhem, man. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We are going to get the next guest loaded up in the box. I swear we were just talking about Adriana. I would like to clarify. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Hello. I mean, I voted for him, but I don't really support him. I just want to answer some of the questions that the last guy was given. I think he gave poor answers.
Okay, so do you support Trump?
I mean, I voted for him, but I wouldn't say I support him.
Okay,
I just
all
think
right.
he was
Well,
a
we
better
are just
option
looking
out
to
of-
debate individuals that do indeed support Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people using her as a 3-minute debate topic isn't the attention you want to bring to the situation. Okay, I mean, I definitely agree that more attention needs to be put on Adriana Smith. 110%. Using her as a debate point instead of stopping and bringing awareness to the issue. This is what folks mean when they say you and Parker are stuck in debate mode 24/7 and can't get out of it. Yeah, I definitely agree that the live streams are incredibly debate heavy, and the camera's fuzzy, and I could see how that is seemingly out of touch. Maybe before we move on to Gracie, like I see the point of the criticism. I could agree with it. For everybody watching, there's a whole lot of really important issues that are ongoing in America right now that we don't probably give enough time to in these debates and don't focus on outside of debate. One of these would definitely be the case of Adriana Smith. So for those that don't know, Adriana Smith was a black woman from Georgia who was declared brain dead in February of this year and then was kept alive on the ventilator and on life support in a Georgia hospital in accordance with a heartbeat ban. And because the fetus growing inside of her uterus was 9 weeks old and had a heartbeat, the state required her to be kept alive, regardless of what the family wanted, regardless of what the hospital wanted, regardless of anybody's input. And this is really fucking bad. This is absolutely heartbreaking because this is the dystopian nightmare of women being nothing more than an incubator, fruitioned with certainty. I think that we face that idea that women are nothing more than a means to an end to reproduce and populate the earth with humans, because that's what a lot of people in the alt-right believe. And I mean, you'll hear shitheads treating women this way, calling them females, not referring to them as women. I mean, there's even a lot of people that refer to women as femcells, etc., just to reduce women down to nothing more than an incubator. Now, Adriana Smith has literally been reduced down to nothing more than an incubator. And that's why I mean, states shouldn't have the ability to legislate with the power and control in which they do now on what women can and can't do with their bodies, because it's more than just abortion. I mean, I think that access to abortion is a human right, but I mean, we're seeing more human rights violations than just violating a woman's right to access abortion. But now we're seeing women being treated as incubators. We're seeing pregnant rape victims be denied access to abortion, 60 a day. So, I mean, I've been saying this since before the election, and I'll say it again now. I think that the most pressing issue in America right now, in my mind, is going to be the fact that 66 million American women and girls don't have access to abortion. 60 pregnant victims per day are denied access to abortion. And these laws are also being contorted to literally reduce some women, such as Adriana Smith, down to nothing but a legal incubator. So please, when midterms comes along, vote in midterms, because our Congress does have a chance to try to do something about this in the next 2 and 4 years. Please vote in the midterms. But let's go ahead and see what Gracie has to say. What's going on, Gracie? Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
All right. Well, here's the thing. I am an independent. I did vote for Trump, and I regret it.
Oh, hey, well, I really sad to hear that you voted for Trump, but I'm really happy to hear that you regret it, Gracie. But guess what? Like, after voting for Trump, all that you can do is change your mind and regret your actions, and I'm proud of you for doing that. Obviously, I wish that you wouldn't have voted for him in the first place, but given that you did and we can't change that, I'm really happy that, you regret it. I think that's awesome. Let's go to get that next guest up here. If you're a MAGA and you want to come up here and debate, let us know down below in that chat. We'll get you pulled up into the live right now, everybody. Everybody, just kind of give us a minute. We got JJ loading into the live. We'll also try to get Riley Moore up in here, y'all. What's going on, Riley? You support Trump? Okay, Riley isn't in here. Moving on to the next guest, everybody. Just looking for some Trump supporters to have some conversations with. All right, let's see who's next. We got Bridget loading into the box right now, quite frankly. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Bridget, hello? And Bridget isn't here. Okay, it looks like we have a lot of inactive AFK bots down below in that queue. So, honestly, if you want to come up, go ahead and let me know down below in that chat. We're going to start pulling from the chat compared to the queue. So hopefully we'll be able to get our debates underway faster. All right, because it still looks like nobody is loading up. Very unfortunate indeed. Holy cow. Who is next? Okay, honestly, yeah, if you're watching and you're like, hey, I support Trump, he's an all-right president, let me know down below in that chat by spamming a MAGA accompanied by your age, and we will let you up into the stream. Everybody, let me know down below if you want to come up. It looks like we got Maya wanting to come up. Okay, I can't invite Maya. We'll try to get Jamie up in the box. Can't invite Jamie. It's really difficult to get anybody up in here. Look at that. We'll try to load DOG up into the box.
For sure.
What's going on, DOG? Do you support Trump? Okay, DOG isn't here. All these bots in the queue, bro. Please stay out of that queue unless you're here to debate me on why you support Trump. Okay. Who's next? We got Spoken Facts. We're going to try to get Spoken Facts loaded up in. Here we go, y'all. What's going on, Spoken Facts? What's going on, Spoken Facts? Do you support Trump? And they got a crazy echo. Okay, moving on. Holy shit. Why is it so difficult to get debates when we have over 16,000 people in the live? What's going on? McKenna, do you support Trump? Okay, McKenna is not here, so we're going to remove McKenna. Whole lot of list of people that don't want to debate, even though they're in the queue for some very strange reason.
Cookie King mods you. Cookie King mods you.
Okay, so we have a lot of AFK bots and children.
Hello, Dean.
What's going on? How do you, man?
I'm 25. I voted for Harris. I just want to say thanks for everything you're doing.
Amen.
You're amazing. And we need to get Sweet Potato Hitler out the office as quick as we can.
I appreciate you for going up, man. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We are just looking to debate Trump supporters. All right. I want all the liberals down below in that chat to stop commenting just for 30 seconds. So all the Trump supporters can come out of the woodworks and type, I'm a Trump supporter with your age next to your name down below, and I will get you up here, everybody. We are just trying to find any Trump supporter that is ready and willing to come up here and have a debate. Where are they at, everybody? Let's see where they're at. Yeah, we need that MAGA wave. I want that MAGA wave in the comment section. Truly the guy. I'm going to invite you up here. All right, guys, we are finally inviting Trump supporters up in the box. D1 Money, hop in that queue. I'd love to have you up here. Okay, so I've now invited like 4 people that are spamming I'm a Trump supporter down below. None of them have joined. Oh, the Slow Gray 6-0's back. What's going on?
Hello?
What's going on, Truly? You MAGA?
Yes, sir. But I had a question. Did you ever do the piano off with Q-Top?
No, and I'm not going to. That guy's insane.
Bro, you should. I was down for that. I was down to watch that.
No, I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2006.
What month?
September.
Okay, Slow Gray, welcome back. We know that your age is confirmed. Before we hop into the debate, y'all, I need to thank a handful of people. Archie, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Rose with the $10 as well. And then Jack Q, thank you for the 14.
Yeah, I gotta go. My fault. I'll hop back in later.
Okay, whatever. Jack Q, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. And then CEA, thank you so much for the 10. Megan with the 10. Froyo with the 12 pounds. And B with the $10. Froyo with another 24 pounds. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Froyo. You are awesome. Thank you guys so much for the love over there on YouTube Super Chat. Yo, the Slow 6-0, you were in here a little bit ago, and you left. You ran away.
I didn't run away. I just muted my mic. I wanted to give a chance for everybody else that you had up there to speak.
But now
I was really sad that you kicked me.
I didn't kick you, but now you're back. I just want to verify. How old are you again?
22.
22, phenomenal. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and hop into our debate before we do a couple more people to thank. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Rebecca. And I'm reading your message there, and I agree. It'll be brought up a lot more frequently. But guys, if we could please show some love to Rebecca down below, let's get at least 500 Rebecca W's. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Laura, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. PayPal, saying Bible study with Dean Slays. It's always fun. It can get a little bit tedious when the Trump supporters just are really hard-headed. But thank you for the $50, Laura and Rebecca, guys. Show some love to Laura and Rebecca down below in that chat. As well as Ansgar, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Daniela with the $15 over on PayPal. I appreciate you, Ansgar and Daniela. Shout out to both of them. And then Maya, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. And let's also see here over on Venmo, Sylvia with a $5 saying, tell this guy that Jeffrey, not going to read that. Thank you for the $5, Sylvia. Carter with the $80. Oh my God, dude, Carter with the $80 over on Venmo. I would see 800 Carter W's down below in that chat. Jesus, Carter. Carter says, love you, Dean. I love you too, man. Thank you for the $80 donation. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Carter. As well as Cora, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. As well as Sid with the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Sid. As well as Megan with the $25. Dean, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for using your platform to defend all women and our right to choose. I'm so grateful that to have been sterilized in a country where the option may soon no longer exist. All that you do is done in earnest, and we are so grateful. I appreciate you for the very kind words and the $25 donation, Megan. You know, it's already a reality for 66 million American women and girls. It's not a reality that will soon be the case. It is right now, and that is so disheartening. Jonda, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Jonda says, thank you for supporting the LGBTQ+. Jonda, I hope that you're doing well. I love you so much, Jonda. You're always in here. She is the Dean Team Dream Team grandma. For real, for real. Kelsey with the $20 donation. Kelsey says, thank you for everything that you do every single day, Kelsey. I really appreciate you for your kindness. Shout out to you, Kelsey. As well as Cora, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Now, take it away. We are all caught up. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I actually had something that I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, you're always talking about, why everyone should hate Trump because he is a pedophile, and I've seen that video that you played multiple times about him talking in the locker room, and I'm not going to disagree that, that's not wrong, but I do want to say, so are you doing these debates, are you trying to get people to switch over to Kamala's side, or are you just trying to get Trump out of office?
Well, I mean, I think that the main thing I want to achieve with these debates is to instill education in as many people as possible about who Trump is and what he's doing to this country and what he will continue to do this country. Wait, what did you say? What did you say was not wrong?
No, I said I'm not going to debate that what Trump did is not
Okay,
wrong.
so that was
I
wrong.
would say it's not right either.
Okay, so that was very wrong. So like being a pervert and like perving on naked teenagers, that's pretty bad, man. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, but so like you're saying that, like you always ask people, how do we feel about that we elected a felon into office? And I just wanted to say, like, would it have been
Also,
better
it's Kamala, by the way. But God.
or Kamala
Kamala.
or Kamala?
There you go.
Sorry.
They're good.
So you're saying that we elected a convicted felon, but how is that any different than if we had elected a habitual liar like Kamala?
Dude, okay. I need to explain okay. I need to explain to you the difference between telling a lie and being a convicted felon? Are you serious? I mean, like, no, Kamala Harris is not a habitual liar, but, like, there's definitely still yet a difference between telling a lie and being a 34-count convicted felon.
I know, but a lot of her campaign, there was a lot of lies going back, which I don't know if you've ever watched anything about Candace Owens. You know her, right?
I do know who Candace Owens is. Oh, are you going to say that she's not black?
No, I'm not saying that she's not black, but there's a lot of discrepancies in her past, and she had also said
what discrepancies? Yeah, no, please tell me. Also, Elena, thank you for the for the $10 donation over on Venmo. That is ELENA. Appreciate you for the love. Take it away.
So for one, they I'm sorry, give me a second. I'm sorry, give me a second.
Don't apologize. Take care of your kid, bro. Honestly, in the meantime, for the 14.8 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping. Let's try to get up to 5 million likes on the stream.
All right.
Take it away.
All right. So for one, there's, from what I've seen, Candace Owens is still trying to find her father's birth certificate and her father's only brother's birth certificate.
So I want to be clear on the claim that you're making. Are you saying that Donald Harris is not Kamala Harris's father?
No.
Okay, so then what are you saying? Like, what's the argument that you're making?
You just asked me what discrepancies there were.
What discrepancies? Yeah, for sure. You said that she was an habitual liar. Then I was like, no, she's not. And then you're like, well, Candace Owens said that she wasn't black. Okay, she is black. Her dad is Donald Harris. He is Afro-Jamaican.
Well, she had also lied about. She said that she had come up from a lower class economy when she had actually grown up in a higher class economy in Canada.
Okay, A, she didn't grow up in Canada. What? She grew up in California. B, her claim wasn't that she grew up in a low-class household. Her claim was that she grew up in a middle-class household. And, I mean, I don't see any reason not to believe that. Her father was a professor. Many professors are indeed middle class. And, like, C, that's the biggest lie that you could think of Kamala Harris, and it's not even true. The biggest lie I could think of that Donald Trump has ever told was when he denied the outcome of the 2020 election for 4 years straight.
I'm not going to deny that because I personally have never heard anything about him denying or saying that he had won the 2020 election. So I'm not going to deny that he.
Okay, so A, the quote unquote lie that you're able to point out about Kamala Harris just simply wasn't true, and now you're accepting that Donald Trump has told larger lies. So all in all, earlier when you asked me, well, who's better, habitual liar or convicted felon? Turns out the convicted felon is a habitual liar.
I think of habitual more as like repeated lying.
What, dude, I mean, Donald Trump was saying that the 2020 election was stolen from him, like on Saturday. Thanks for proving my point, I guess.
I mean, more like, repeatedly lying about multiple things, not you sit there and lie about one thing.
He told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his first term. Thanks for proving my point again. I mean, that's more than a multiple, right? 30K? Multiple means 2. 30,000 is a much larger number than 2.
All right, well, there were some other things that I wanted to hear your rebuttal on and get your mind on.
Okay.
So, what did you think about the Biden administration when he had basically chaotically pulled uh,
Afghanistan pullout.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the individual in which killed the 13 service members was a member of the Taliban, and the only reason why that member of the Taliban could kill the 13 service members is because he was let out of a prison in Camp David in Afghanistan by Trump. Not to mention that Trump organized the pullout and only gave the plans that he had to the Biden-Harris administration at the very last moment. And there were 16 total service members that died under Biden-Harris's administration. There were 65 under Donald Trump's first term.
All right.
Right.
And then I think we were talking about inflation earlier, right?
Yeah, we were. Before we do that, I would really like to thank Jay for the $102 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Thank you for the love, Jay. Let's get 1,000 JWs down below in that chat. I really appreciate you so much for the love. That's incredibly kind of you, Jay. Jay says, just read that 500 Marines were being mobilized to LA protests. Yup. I found the courage now to become more active in the next week's protest here in Santa Fe. This donation is for your inspiration to do and be more in this time, and for your courage. We'll do the same for Parker. First and foremost, Jay, I really appreciate that. If we could get 1,000 JWs down below, that'd be great. Seriously, man. I really appreciate your kindness. And yeah, actually, I'm doing the same thing out here in Grand Junction, Colorado. Tomorrow at 5:30 p.m., we're doing a emergency protest at a local park, to stand with LA. Not to mention on the 14th, I will hopefully be speaking at a larger local protest here. So I'm involved with the organizers, and I can't wait to see what ends up happening. But yeah, 500 Marines being mobilized. Dude, fucking tyranny, dude. But yeah, take it away.
All right. So about the inflation, what do you have to say about so there was a 40% increase on gas prices due to out of control reckless spending led to runaway inflation that has now remained.
Be honest, what are you reading off of?
Just a paper that I have. I can show you a picture. It's just
like uncontrolled reckless spending, right? That's what caused inflation. How much money did the Biden-Harris administration spend?
I don't know.
But you just called it uncontrolled and reckless. You'd have to know how much money they spent in order to call it uncontrolled and reckless.
So I've got part of it was the pipeline and fracking that I talked about earlier.
So they spent $4.6 trillion in total. Half of that was on COVID. They spent $2.2 trillion on non-COVID related expenditure. Donald Trump wants to spend more than that with one bill. The big, beautiful bill, $3.8 trillion is what it's estimated to cost in the next 10 years by the Congressional Budget Office.
All right. Let me get your one.
So does that mean that Donald Trump has more reckless expenditure than he's worse at reckless spending than Biden and Harris were?
Me personally, I don't think so.
Wait, why? But he wants to spend more than what they did on non-COVID related expenditure with one bill. He wants to spend more than they did in 4 years with one bill. How is that not more reckless?
It depends on how that bill is going to actually affect America in the upcoming years.
Great point. Well, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities tells us that it's going to reduce the after-tax income for 80% of Americans. So he's not just merely spending $4 trillion, but he's spending $4 trillion to make you make less. Like, that's unreal.
Yeah.
I mean, this is obviously like more reckless spending than what we saw by Biden and Harris, right?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
So
Great.
I just got one more thing to pick your mind on.
Right. Feel free.
So, contributions to, it's just stuff that I had written down. Contributions to that inflation. One of them was fiscal stimulus measures, particularly the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan Act.
Sorry, guys, I kicked them. I'm sorry. Listen, if that was rude, if that was mean, I'll own it. I will own it. I get it. But I gotta move on.
Hello?
What's going on? Welcome back in, Jimmy. You left in a Jimmy really quickly yesterday.
I really didn't. I got dropped or I lost signal. Something happened and I was banned for like a day. I must have said something and I don't know what's going on.
Okay. All right. Well, you got banned. Okay. Now,
Yeah,
because
I
we
appealed
did.
it. I appealed it and I won my appeal.
I wanted to finish the conversation that we were having yesterday. Now, calm down, okay? Because I want to say one other thing. The Discord wants me to let Lovey up. Lovey, if you hop in the queue, I'll let you up so we could chat. Be the intermediary between me and the Cord. Feel free to come up, Lovey. I don't see you in the queue though. But anyways, Jimmy. So I mean, listen. I feel like we should probably finish our conversation that we were having yesterday. Can I kind of catch the chat up to where we left off yesterday?
I was wondering if I could reiterate my situation and why I support Trump.
No,
and
I really don't want you to reiterate it.
All right, well, go ahead, dude. This is your platform. You drop people at the drop of a dime. So let me submit to you so I won't get dropped. Go ahead, Dean.
Jesus, Jimmy, calm the fuck down.
Well, go, bro. I already know this is your platform. I've been watching you. You drop people at the drop of a dime. So I'm going to do what you want me to do. Go ahead, massa. Go ahead, massa.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's gross. Get out of here. That's fucking insane, bro. Get the fuck out. What the fuck? Dude, what? We're gonna go to move on to the next guest, everybody. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, what is going on today? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm like drained. I'm drained, dude. Oh my lord, man. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I am drained today. I am so fucking drained. It is unreal, man. All right, we're going to let that next guest. We got Michael letting up into the box, everybody. By the way, guys, once again, I said I let Lovey up. In fact, I invited her up. I do not see Lovey anywhere in the queue. We're going to try to get that next guest up in the box, everybody. Do just kind of give us a minute. What is going on, Austin? Are you MAGA?
Yo.
Hey, are you MAGA?
I was requested yesterday. You told me this is my third time joining. I talked to you before.
Okay, well, I'm going to kick you because we try to only talk to one person once, unless there's like a point to continued convo. Now, if you're part of the 13.7 thousand people watching the stream and you want to come up here and have a conversation, let me know down below in that chat by spamming MAGA attached to your name, and we'll get you up here. As well as Autry, thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Autry says, I really respect you taking the constructive criticism and taking some time on the important topic. Yeah, the criticism is valid. I think from my perspective, like my brain is always thinking about like a billion things to do with like what's going on in American politics, what Donald Trump is doing. And that means that really important things can get overshadowed by other things. And I appreciate you guys, particularly the people in the Discord, for like calling this out because I think it's something that I need to be more conscious about. And I mean, I think like what I want to do is make a video that includes a discussion to raise awareness for Adriana Smith, but also like the other impacts and outcomes of like the abortion policy of Donald Trump's. You know, like if you watch my video that I put out when Trump won the election, one of the things I said was the fact that 60 pregnant victims of rape would be denied access to abortion every single day. And I think I kind of want to remake that video and just go over what we've seen in the last 5 months. You know what I mean? Because more people need to talk about it, bro. I agree with that 110%. What's going on, Luke? Are you MAGA?
Not entirely. I support Trump to a certain extent, and but I'm not full MAGA. I feel like full MAGA people are
okay. Also, I'm so sorry. 1 second. Somebody in my Discord says now suddenly he wants to make a video. I saw you guys recommending making a video, and I thought that was a good recommendation. So it's something I will do. I guess I don't really understand like the criticism to the extent of like you saying that I should make a video. That I'm like, I see your point. That's good criticism. I agree. And then like your response is to be like now you condemn my response to your criticism. I'm not sure if I get it. What's going on, Luke? So
I listened to your stream earlier, and you had said something about all sins are equal, and it's in the Bible. And that girl that you had talked to,
we're not here to talk about the Christian Bible. We're here to talk about why you support Trump. So why do you support Trump?
I guess if I can't talk about that, it's good then.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, give us a minute. We're going to go to get Jeb up in the box. Here we go, everybody.
Hello.
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 17 and I'm from Germany. And I just wanted to know.
Sorry. You got to be at least 18 to be on the live. You got to be at least 18 to be on the live. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're going to go get that next guest up in here right now. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, everybody. Sharing out that live, literally looking for one Trump supporter. We're also going to let Lovey up. Lovey's from the Discord. Hopefully we could figure out, we could have a chat real quick. Lovey's not, I literally just saw Lovey in the queue and now she's gone again. Bro, dude, it's so hard to operate a queue when there's so many people in it.
28. 28 male.
What's up, Brian? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, great. Before I have you tell us why, I'm going to look for Lovey again. There she is. Okay. And they didn't let her, bro. Jesus Christ. Okay. Fucking hell. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where is Lovey? There she is. There we go. Lovey is connecting. Great. Lovey's not a Trump supporter, but we're going to give her the mic for a handful of minutes. Lovey, what's going on? Welcome in.
Hi, Dean. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Lovey. I am in the Discord server, as Dean just said. Dean, I'm up here right now to primarily talk about the Underground Railroad Discord server that you're a part of, right? What I really want to know, right, is why you keep dodging that server as hard as you are.
Well, I think the reason why I haven't engaged in the Discord server is because the last time I went in there, I mean, you guys addressed your concerns and I've taken that back. And like talk to my mods, talk to my admins about the things that you laid out, and want to have continued conversations about those things. But I thought I was letting you up to have a discussion about Adriana Smith.
No, not Adriana Smith. That is something that I plan to talk about, not with you, but in my own private life. I'm up here to talk about the Underground Railroad specifically.
Okay. Well, yeah, no. So the reason why I haven't been in the server is because you guys stated the concerns, and I've taken them and want to circle back with like the mods and the admins. So I got like the information which was set forth in the server.
Do you just like not think that there are other things that we want to bring up to you at all?
Well, I mean, I think like a good place to like bring up more things would like specifically be in like the Dean server, right? Because in the Dean server, I mean, I'm in there every single day. It's a public channel and whatnot. That's a good place. Like if you have like reoccurring things that you'd like to bring up.
Okay. I think you know me, right? Last time we spoke, it was in the Discord server. I've been a fan of you for the last 2 years, right? I was there when you were at the very beginning, and I'm here now. Over the last couple of years in the Discord server, there have been so many things that have been brought up as in reference to homophobia, as in reference to misogyny, as in reference to racism. And I won't say it goes unlooked or overlooked because I do know that the mods work very, very hard, especially the higher up mods. Though, at the same time, it kind of does go overlooked, right? Sometimes there is mod bias, as has been previously brought up to you. And other times, it just blatantly looks like you just don't care. Right? You join the Underground Railroad to be able to speak to us, specifically Black individuals and queer individuals, about the struggles that we experience, one, underneath Trump's administration, two, in your own fan base, and three, in your own Discord. But you don't talk to us in there. We've pinged you maybe a dozen, if not more, a couple of dozen times, and no response, no understanding, no speaking. You said that you would join a VC to talk to us about these sorts of things. I have yet to see it happen.
I think I joined I joined a voice chat in that server. I mean, originally when the server was made, I hopped into voice chat. I mean, I think there was in total like 15 people in there, as well as, I mean, like I addressed like the original concerns that you guys had brought up related to the UFA, as well as then like following up about, you know, like issues that like exist in my Discord server. And I mean, like I told you when you originally joined, you know, like I took the information that you guys provided to me. I've had a conversation with one of my admins, and of course that's ongoing. And like, of course I care about these things. I mean, I think that it's ultimately like difficult, I'd say, to like manage a server to perfection when it has like close to 19,000 people in it. But you know what I could tell you is like I'll continually try to do my best. And I will say like I'm an incredibly, I could get very busy. But one thing that I obviously do keep my eye on is like my Discord. So feel free to, you know, use my Discord to bring stuff up very similar to how individuals have today. But once again, like I thought that you were coming up to have a conversation with me about Adriana Smith. So I mean, if you don't want to talk about Adriana Smith, I'm probably just going to redirect my attention back to Ryan, unless there's anything that, you know, feel like I didn't sufficiently answer to.
No, I didn't. I didn't come out to talk about Adriana Smith. If this isn't a conversation you want to have just now or right now, I'm sorry that it came off that way. I don't know who might have communicated that message to you, but I'm not here to talk about Adriana Smith. I was originally here to talk about what we feel as collective in the server as you dodging us and our voices.
Okay, well, yeah, well, like I said, please feel free to like use your voices and voice your concerns. Like in my Discord, like I actually do check my Discord like incredibly frequently, and I think that that's a great space to voice concerns, and use your voice because I'm in my Discord all the time.
Okay, well, thank you for having this conversation. I hope you have a wonderful day and a wonderful life.
Yeah, have a good one. Love you. Hello, back to you, Ryan. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, so I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit about abortion quick. I've heard a lot of from what you're saying. I think a lot of people are kind of like not giving you very good arguments, so I kind of have an idea that maybe you pick your brain a little bit about it. But are you familiar with prenatal scans?
Prenatal scans.
Yeah, or scanning. I think this is prenatal scanning. Yeah.
Like ultrasounds or like.
Yeah, similar to that.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of a broader term.
Yeah,
but,
for sure.
so
I'd assume that that'd cover like more scanning technology than specifically ultrasound. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. And so a few things that prenatal scanning can do is obviously we are able to. Actually, I don't know if this is specifically prenatal scanning, but I know for a fact that at a very like you used to have to wait quite a bit. A couple. I don't know exactly what trimester you were used to be able to figure out gender of the child that was within, but
okay, do you mind if I ask you for like the relevance to why you support Trump?
Well, I mean, I wanted to pick your brain about this topic. I think it's kind of falls down into the Republican kind of area of.
Have we already chatted? Have we already had a chat, Ryan?
No, actually, I was this is my first time doing this with you. I had one yesterday with that Parker guy.
Okay.
But no, I haven't had one with you yet. Okay. And
right.
anyways,
well, why do you support Trump, Ryan?
Yeah, so basically, I think that economically, I support Trump definitely. Maybe he's not doing as well of a job as I thought he was doing or going to do, but I definitely thought that his economic idea with tariffs and
oh dear Lord, oh, you support him economically. Okay, well, first, his right-hand man Elon Musk said that his tariffs would send America into a recession on the latter half of this year, and second of all, his economic bill, the BBB, is projected by the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities to reduce the after-tax income for 80% of Americans. I'd say that he's demonstrated some of the worst economic policy that we've seen in modern American history.
So you don't think tariffs are a good method of bringing back money towards our country?
Oh, absolutely not, because the American consumer is the one that inevitably pays that tariff that gives our government more funding, and that is disproportionately paid by people that like make less money because they spend a greater proportion of their income, and which means they spend a greater proportion of their income on those tariffs. All right, the reason why that's relevant is because you're basically saying that we should fund our government more money with a regressive tax that hurts you more the less you make. And I definitely think that's a terrible idea.
So tariffs in the short run may hurt the American people in the short run. But I think the idea with tariffs is that when you buy foreign products, your money is leaving the country and it's not coming back into the country as frequently as it's going out. Whereas
first of all, for as long as the tariff is implemented, the American consumer is paying that tariff. So that's not a short-term thing. That's a all the time thing.
Yes, correct.
And then B, like I also brought up the BBB and you just simply didn't address or respond to anything I said.
Well, I'm just trying to explain to you my stance on tariffs and kind of why I think that it makes sense if we let it pan out the way I think it's intended to.
Yeah, sure.
That's kind of
so what specific tariffs should we let pan out that will be good for America? Which ones?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to use China as an example. I think we're all familiar with how much, obviously we spend
Can you name
China
any other country that he's been able to achieve a long-term trade deal with, or is it just China?
I'm pretty sure we have multiple with like India, Vietnam.
There's been no official deal made.
Oh, okay. Has there been an official deal with China?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, well, my point is that the idea of tariffs is that money is leaving our country. And then it's not coming in as frequently as it's leaving, right? So obviously in the short run, you're correct. Yes, the American person is going to pay that tariff. The idea is that we start implementing jobs here in America that, people aren't getting at. And I hear this a lot, that people don't want to work the jobs.
So you just want more American jobs?
yeah, more American jobs that leads to more circulation of U.S. currency, which obviously, yes, you do have to pay more for things like clothing that you
I
might
have a
be
question.
getting
Do you
from
think that
China in the
reducing the
short run.
after-tax income for 80% of Americans and like deporting millions of people in the American labor force, which will make our economy less productive, will be conducive towards more American jobs? I mean, like,
Well,
we're
and you're
actually
correct
losing
with the fact
jobs so
that,
far in
yes.
Donald Trump's administration. The unemployment rate is going up, and the macroeconomic trends are not conducive towards like galvanizing our industries. I mean, we've seen a stagnation in investment in American industries. So like overall, I'd say that the Trump administration has proved to be pretty bad for like American industries, American manufacturing, and the economy.
So you mentioned earlier on in this with some people that you debated about what was it, $100 billion that immigrants was it specifically illegal immigrants or immigrants?
Undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes.
By undocumented, is that illegal immigrants?
So when you say illegal immigrant, I say undocumented immigrant.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just the term thing. I got you. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I just think
undocumented.
that referring to undocumented immigrants as undocumented compared to illegal is a little bit less dehumanizing.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I think that undocumented is a better term for that. Anyway, so you're saying that $100 billion in taxes were paid by undocumented immigrants.
Right.
Okay, so if they were documented, out of that percentage of undocumented immigrants, how much would they be paying on average? Like, or actually, a better question is, how much are we actually losing out though? How much of that money is under the table, as in income tax is not taxed because they're being paid in cash? Obviously, when they go and spend it, yes, that money is taxed.
So
Obviously,
are you
they're gonna
asking
pay-
like what revenue are you losing out on via undocumented immigrants that get paid under the table?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I don't know how we'd know that if they're getting paid under the table. We wouldn't know that. That's the
Exactly,
implication there.
and that's another point to me. Yes, obviously, undocumented immigrants are going to be spending within inside the place they are. So America, they're going to pay taxes at the grocery store. They're going to pay taxes on clothes and other things like that.
Did you know that that's just like one more reason to support mass amnesty? Because I could accept that undocumented immigrants are more likely to accept wages under the table compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. But the only reason why they're more likely to accept wages under the table is because when undocumented immigrants don't and file as a W-2 employee and pay taxes through an ITIN, they can't file for a return at the end of the year. So, I mean, if we were, instead of doing a mass deportation, offering undocumented immigrants mass amnesty, all right, without a single change in the material conditions of these laborers, it is a case that they'll go from paying $100 billion per year in over-the-table taxes to more than $100 billion per year in over-the-table taxes, just because they'd be more incentivized to work over the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great, maybe a different solution than mass deportation.
It's a better
But the
solution
issue-
because I don't actually even see mass
Well,
deportation
but
as a
hold on,
solution at
though.
all. I think
My
it only
issue-
creates
my
more
issue
issues
with
than it
this-
solves.
I just let me get some points out there for you. Another issue I have with that is, yes, obviously, mass deportation. If there's a better avenue, let's take that. But the issue I have is that we still have so many millions of Americans that are unemployed or now collecting unemployed benefits, unemployed from various reasons. We have so many homeless right now. And so why do we allow people come across the border and be paid under the table when these people that are on the streets that could be working, genuinely working, they pay their taxes, revenue back into the country, and they're working, they're making money, they're off the streets, they're living better. Like, to me, it's like, let's put the American people first, and then let's worry about maybe making better avenues for immigration to happen. Let's make a secure border.
So I just want to clarify, what is your critique here? Because you're saying that like there's like millions of unemployed Americans that could work. Well, A, there's 8 million open job opportunities. B, when undocumented immigrants work as they do and account for millions of people in the labor force, pay taxes and grow GDP by $300 billion per year, that only makes our economy more productive and makes it so employers can offer more jobs, okay? But when we deport them all, we strengthen our industries, and then we pass a BBB in which taxes you more the less you make. Like, obviously, lower income Americans are going to be disproportionately disenfranchised, and it's going to be even harder for homeless or Americans or unemployed Americans to get a job in the first place, right? So that's why I say that mass deportation places America last, because it fulfills every single thing you just said and which is required to fix in order to put America first, right?
I just feel like you're kind of overlooking the fact that there's tons of Americans that could be utilizing the jobs that undocumented immigrants are using currently.
Undocumented immigrants create more jobs. What do you think happens?
No.
Yes,
I apologize. I disagree with that.
Wait, if we fired 50% of all workers in America right now, would there be overall more job opportunities or less job opportunities?
I think there would end up being more job opportunities for Americans.
And I want an answer to my question. If we
You just
fired,
answered it.
no, you didn't. If we fired 50% of the labor force in this country right now, would that lead to more job opportunities or less job opportunities?
Less job opportunities. Let me explain.
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
explain that.
So
Because your
obviously,
question-
right?
no,
Yeah.
no, stop,
When we cut, I just want to explain why your answer is what it is and why it's right. Is because when we forcefully cut millions of people out of the labor force, okay, when we forcefully remove them, well, then all of a sudden these manufacturers operate at lower levels of capacity, so they're making less goods that they could turn around and sell.
But you
B,
said that
they're
the
less
labor
efficient and less
force in
productive.
America-
And then C, when individuals are in this country without jobs, they're not getting paid, so they can't turn around and spend their money on American goods, which makes the economy weaker. Like, I think it's just like a tale as old as time, that when we have a more productive economy, when we're producing more goods, A, that's going to require more laborers, and B, this is going to lead to increased GDP growth, and with increased GDP growth comes an increase in job opportunities. And this is why mass deportation will cut job opportunities, because you're reducing GDP growth by $300 billion per year, and you're forcefully cooking out millions of laborers that are producing the goods that are then turned around and sold, which scales companies, which then creates more job opportunities.
See, it sounds like to me that like I just saw an interesting comment that was undocumented immigrants are willing to work for $10 an hour, and to me that seems like we're taking advantage of a workforce. That we're taking advantage of a workforce of people that are easily being manipulated into working for much less than what they should be deserved for. And I think that's a crazy stance to say, yeah, let's let all these people come into our country and work in, hard labor jobs for $10 an hour where they are barely going to be able to live a normal life because all they can do is work and all they can do is barely afford to live week to week. Rather than, I'm not saying that where they're from is any better, but I'm just saying that you could
Let me ask you a
legally
question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why are undocumented immigrants paid less on average compared to citizens?
Because we allow it to be under the table, and under the table allows wages to be different for them because it's not documented, it's not regulated.
Paying people under the
What do
table, A, happens for all demographics, and B, it is a case that it's not allowed because it's illegal. So what gives there to be a reason that undocumented immigrants are paid less on average compared to citizens? Because that's not it.
I believe that that's it. If you would like to give me a reason.
When
that
we
you
look at
think it's
over
it.
the table wages, they're lower on average. So that can't,
For immigrants?
Yeah, you cannot say that undocumented immigrants get paid lower on average because they work under the table. When we look at over the table
depends what
wages, they're
job
lower on
field
average.
they're in.
So that's not it at all.
Yes,
So why do they
obviously, if
get
the
paid lower on
majority of
average over the
immigrants-
table wages compared to natural U.S. born citizens?
Okay, so for an example, if the majority of immigrants are coming into our country and they're working as in factory jobs, for an example, obviously they're going to be making on average less than the American people, the American college
I'm talking
student
about
that
in the same.
goes-
I'm talking about in the same job with the same qualifications. Undocumented immigrants get paid less. Why is that?
Well, if that is true, then it shouldn't be true.
It
shouldn't
is
happen.
true, and I agree it shouldn't be true. But the question is, why is it true? Okay, and the answer to
I
this
do
question
not.
is incredibly
I
relevant.
don't. I guess you got me there, but I don't see your point because I already said.
I'll demonstrate the
clearly
point.
it's
I'll
taking advantage of a workforce.
I'll demonstrate the point to you. Yeah. So
Okay.
undocumented immigrants get paid less on average, and companies are more likely to take advantage of them because they have less bargaining power than citizens. The reason they have less bargaining power than citizens is because they don't have permanent residency or citizenship. They're undocumented immigrants. They could be exploited by their workers, and they have less bargaining power because they're under this threat of deportation. They don't know if they're going to have long-term survivability in the economy, as well as about 1 billion other things, okay? Right? And with more bargaining power comes higher wages. This is why unions exist. Unions exist to give employees more bargaining power so they could take home better benefits and higher wages. In other words, basically, if we could give undocumented immigrants more bargaining power in the American economy, okay, they'll no longer be at a higher likelihood to get exploited compared to citizens. And you said that was an issue, so let's resolve the issue by offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship, so then they have the same amount of bargaining power as residents or citizens because they are residents or citizens. And then all of a sudden, the problem that you're pointed out is evaporated out of thin air. Poof, it's gone. They get the same wages on average because they have the same bargaining power on average, but yet they're still contributing to the overall tax pool and the growth of our GDP.
So I just feel like so is your solution right? So do you think that there
Yeah,
should be
appreciate you,
any?
but okay.
Do you think that there should be any border regulation at all?
Yeah, I think that we should have border regulation, but that border regulation would just merely be rejecting entry to individuals with prior violent offenses.
Okay.
And under other circumstances, I think that there should be expedited quick paths to residency or citizenship for anybody that wants it, because as far as I'm concerned, it only makes our country better.
So
now I would like to
here's
point it
my-
out that
so-
you are pivoting. The reason why I'm accusing you of pivoting is because
Whoa,
you were
whoa,
able
hold
to.
on.
Okay.
No,
you
well, no,
interrupt me so you
just-
could continue your pivot. Got it. Got it.
No, okay, because I have nothing to pivot on because I still don't understand. You and I haven't come to any sort of agreement on. We're kind of just talking about our side of the story here.
Right.
And my question to you is, you want to look for avenues to fast track people to get into the country. I can get I can
before you pivot. The last thing I want to address what we just discussed is you were able to point out two issues with undocumented immigrants. The first issue
Yes.
was that they're more likely to get paid under the table, so they're more
Yep.
likely to not pay taxes. And the second issue is that they're more likely to accept lower wages, which is exploitative. Okay, those are your two issues, right?
Yes, absolutely. And you missed the third issue that it takes away from the fact that American people could be working the jobs that these undocumented immigrants are working.
They could be
That's a
so
third point.
there could be Americans working the jobs as well.
I'm not saying that all Americans are going to go and
did you
work
know
those
that we
jobs.
could?
I'm saying
So you want to fix all three of these issues, right?
I would love to. Yeah.
Mass amnesty fixes all three of these issues.
So you threw out a big word there. I apologize. I'm not as smart as you. And what is
Offering
that?
them pathways to residency or citizenship fixes all three of these issues. It fixes the
That
first
doesn't
issue.
fix the idea that we're going to put undocumented immigrants ahead of American people.
Wait, no,
struggling.
they
It
would,
doesn't
they
fix
would,
that
they
at all.
would be American people. Listen, I'll tell you the way it fixes the three issues. The way it fixes
So
the first issue.
we're going to throw away the already American people and replace them with undocumented immigrants.
God,
that
now
would
you're
turn
getting into
a-
replacement theory. God, you're such a fucking incel. Jesus Christ. No, nobody's
Whoa,
being
hey, chill.
replaced.
I didn't-
Wait, do you think that Americans are just being thrown away and replaced when you and your wife have a kid? No, they're being added to. And this whole time you've been talking to me as if you care about the economy. What would the economic implications of mass amnesty be? Well, they go from adding $300 billion per year to the American GDP to more because they'll get higher wages. And they'll be eligible for more jobs. And they'll be eligible for loans so they could go out and buy more expensive things. So they'll go from adding $300 billion per year to the American GDP to more than that. Now, what about the taxes? Well, we agreed they're less likely to get paid over the table because they don't have the ability to file for a tax return. So they'll go from paying $100 billion per year in taxes to more than $100 billion per year in taxes because they're being offered a pathway to residency or citizenship. Now, the third issue said, well, why are we circumnavigating? We're giving jobs to non-citizens compared to giving them to citizens. Oh, they're offered a pathway to citizenship. They will be citizens. So look at that. Not only does mass amnesty fix all three of the issues you pointed out, but it actually goes from just fixing them to actively making the economy better.
Okay, so can we pivot to a new topic quickly?
No, because I want you to tell me why I'm wrong.
I've already kind of explained to you. I just believe the fact that, okay, well, you said for once that you think that we should create avenues for a fast-tracked way of citizenship.
I want you to
can
tell me
get
why I'm
behind
wrong
that.
about mass amnesty fixing your three issues and actually making it better.
I think that it possibly can work. I just don't see how you're going to take 3% of the American population illegally immigrated into the United States under Joe Biden, correct? It might have been more, but I believe I saw a 3%. It was like 10 million people came in
I don't
undocumented.
know. I accept whatever number. I don't know. I hear 7
Okay, so
million,
we'll just
10
go
million,
with 10
20
million
million. Okay, yeah,
people
whatever.
into the country. And like it's just 10 million jobs that these people are primarily working. And it's just it's 10 million jobs that I think American people could get behind and work. But the reason that they're not working is because they're going to, so I live in an area where there's a lot of stone quarries. And
Thank you
primarily
for not
the stone-
responding to anything I said. I really appreciate it, man.
Well, I'm not trying to not respond. I'm trying to give you my point of view, which then responds to it. I'm just.
All right. Well, okay. So let's hear your point of view and how it responds and debunks my claim that mass amnesty takes care of all three of the issues you pointed out and actually makes our country better.
Okay, so for an example, yes, after mass amnesty, however you say it, implement, correct? Yes, they would be Americans, they would be working, and it would boost GDP. I get that. My point is they're not currently, that hasn't currently happened, right? So they're still undocumented immigrants. You're talking future, I'm talking present. They're still undocumented immigrants. correct?
Wait, so I just want to clarify. You came up here to complain, not to talk about solutions.
No, I actually came up here to ask you about an
Wait,
abortion
no,
question.
no, 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 no,
and
no,
I
no,
think
no,
you
no,
got
no. I
scared
can't
and
believe what
wanted
you just
to-
said. So you said, I'm talking about the future. You're talking about, right? So you came up here to complain, not to talk about solutions.
No, not at all. I came to talk to you about a couple things. I did want to move into economics, and I would like to ask you.
Can you agree that if you don't want to debate my solution, then you just came up here to complain?
No, I'm currently trying to debate your solution.
Okay, then do it.
Okay, so no, I don't think mass. How do you say it?
Amnesty.
Amnesty. Okay, no, I don't think that's the correct solution currently. I think possibly in the future, but currently, no. I think that the solution is yes, we need to make a pathway to fast track immigration, allowing it to be a fast tracked way of citizenship. Yes, that's great, but that takes away for the people that would then come in and take that avenue. We still need to do something about the 10 million people that fled into our country illegally. I think that is a problem. I think that
mass amnesty is doing something about it.
Because it undermines the opportunity that American people could be working these factory jobs or these other
They
jobs.
would be American people working the factory jobs.
So what about the American people that are currently not working because these
What
people
about the people that are American right now?
They're being paid less
will
because
they
they
be?
can
Well,
be
no,
paid
sir.
less.
The American people that are American right now, will they be benefited because we'll go from having no extra GDP growth from mass deportation to close to $500 billion per year by mass amnesty? Will the average American benefit from an additional $500 billion added to the GDP per year for free? Will the average American benefit from that? I think so. Will the average American benefit from no additional government revenue because you've deported the taxpayers into an additional $100 billion to $200 billion per year because you not only allow them to continue to be taxpayers, but you make them citizens so they're more likely to accept higher wages and pay taxes over the table? Will the average American benefit from that? Okay, and if you want to say no, they wouldn't benefit from the additional GDP growth and additional government revenue. Well, then you're just saying that the average American doesn't benefit from a better economy, and at that point, you sound crazy, and you're contradicting everything you've said up until this point because you've only been talking about what you think will make the economy better, so we could benefit the average American.
I do know that this is a tactic in debate is to talk over the other person. I would appreciate if you and I could actually just speak. Okay. So you've done a lot of speaking. I don't think you and I are going to come to an agreement about immigration. I think that you and I could move the topic. And I just have an interesting question about abortion, and it goes back to the prenatal scannings. Are you familiar with that at all?
Bro, I'm not letting you pivot. I'm sorry. The reason I'm not letting you pivot...
I think it's because that you don't want to hear what I have to say because it's an actually interesting point, and I would just like other people to hear it.
Cute, but not true, okay? I'm not refusing to allow you to pivot because I'm scared of what you have to say. If I was scared of what Trump supporters had to say, maybe I wouldn't do debates with anybody who's willing for 4 hours every single day.
I think you're afraid to lose, and I think that's why you're ducking my question.
God, okay. If I was afraid to lose, why did I even start my stream?
Because most of the people come here and talk to you to have no clue at all what.
And how do I know you're any smarter than they are?
You don't know. Exactly.
So then why? So then you're basically saying I have no reason to be more afraid to lose in a debate with you than anybody else.
Well, I think that my opening question rose concerns about you.
You asked a question about prenatal scans. What?
Yes, and you wouldn't even let me go into about it.
No, that's not true. We had a conversation, and it naturally flowed into immigration. And I think you're actually the one that brought undocumented immigrants up.
I did, because you asked me something else, and I thought maybe you didn't want to talk about it, so I brought up the other part of it.
God, yeah. I'm so scared of you because of something you brought up.
Hey, listen, I'm not saying you're scared. I mean, yes, I'm trying to, incentivize you.
Did he get banned or some shit? He got banned. I guess. I don't know. Yo, TikTok banned him. Dude, honestly, TikTok's been banning a lot of my guests recently, but then just not banning me at all. Crazy shit. Brooke, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Brooke says, Dean, you have supporters that see your strategy, diplomacy, and trajectory. Keep going, but don't forget to be 20 and have fun. You know, I have fun. Don't you worry about me, Brooke. I have fun. I appreciate you for the $20 Super Chat, Brooke. That is incredibly kind of you. What is going on, Michael? Do you support Trump? As well as Howard, thank you so much for the $40 Super Chat over on YouTube, saying mass amnesty worked when President Ronald Reagan passed it. Dude, I think that mass amnesty is awesome. Let's get 400 W's in the chat for Howard, by the way. Honestly, like, also mass amnesty and like my view on immigration, it's like pretty far left. Like, it's actually rejected by like a lot of like more conventional Democrats or liberals. Like, I bet there's like liberals watching right now that are like, that's a little bit radical for me. Well, I'm trying to de-radicalize the stance to everybody because it's just objectively true. Everybody should believe that mass amnesty is a good thing for the reasons that I gave. It's just great. It's just great all around. It's great. Michael, what's up? Do you support Trump?
So technically, no. However, I do have a lot of experience arguing both sides of these and would like to get.
I'm sorry. I do not play devil's advocate with people on the live. I do genuinely try to talk to Trump supporters. But you know what? The day we run out of Trump supporters, I'll let you run devil's advocate, okay? All right? I'll let you do it. The day we run out of real Trump supporters, I'll let you do it. What's up, Brutus fan? How old are you?
17.
I don't even believe that you're 17. I'm thinking like 14 max. Let's go to move on to the next guest. You guys, if you're on that queue, make sure that means that you do indeed support Donald J. Trump, everybody. We're going to go to get that next guest, Mr. Scott, up in the box as we speak. Speakity speak. Here we go. Everyone just going to give us a minute. As well as Leggy Time. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying, Dean, I told you about Adriana Smith a month ago, and you brushed it off. I even made a channel in the Discord hobbies called The Danger of Pro-Life. And now you're talking about it. Now more people are. I mean, I don't think that it finished the donation there. I'd like to clarify. I'd like to explain this earlier. I am always thinking about the billion things going on in America and the Trump administration. And there is new things happening every single day. Like recently, it's been like 5 to 10. And I think what that means is that sometimes I could forget to talk about issues that are incredibly important that I should be talking about because I'm thinking about a billion things at once. And for that reason, I actually really appreciate you as well as the other individuals in the Discord of bringing up something that is incredibly important to basically remind me by saying, Dean, you have to put some focus on this. This is really important. It's a bad thing that you're not. I actually appreciate you for that. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much once again. But thank you for voicing how you feel, and thank you for the $10 super chat. What's going on, Scott? You MAGA?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
I sure can, man. Real quick before
This is my first time doing this. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure everything was cool.
Awesome. Yeah, real quick before we hop into your debate. Let's see here. Jax, thank you for the $10 over at Venmo, saying thanks for all that you do. Thank you for the donation, man. Rosemary with the $10 says, like you're having a bad day with the guests. It's been all right, 50-50. Thank you for the $10, Rosemary. As well as Haley, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying thank you for not letting the right use the 13 Marines for their agenda. Yeah, bro, dude. Oh my God. The right sucks for the military. The right sucks for veterans. And it's all political propaganda that they're somehow better. As well as Mary, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Jess with the $5 and Haley with the $5. You guys are the best. I haven't gotten around to the PayPal donations, but I'll let you start your argument off, so feel free to take it away.
Why do I support Trump?
Yep.
I don't know. Where do I start? I mean, there's a lot why I support Trump. I just believe that the Democrats and the liberals are basically more socialist, leads to communism. That may be a sensationalizing of it basically, but the policies I don't really support. They're not conservative enough for me. I think
Scott,
a lot of their policies are eroding basically the fabric of America.
I have a question, Scott.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is socialism? Can you define that silly little word for us?
Socialism is basically it's God. Yeah. So I'm freezing up. Yeah, you kind of got me.
Scott, if I said that I don't like you because you are ever so increasingly getting closer to being the glabagloop, would that make any sense at all?
The glabagloop?
The glabagloop. If I said I don't like you because you're getting closer to being quite the glabagloop, would that make any sense to you whatsoever?
No.
No. That wouldn't make any sense to you because I have no fucking clue what a deglabagloop is. You have no fucking clue what I think a deglabagloop is. So I don't. Obviously, what I'm saying is
I
it makes sense.
understand what socialism is. I understand what you. I
and
understand what
the
you're saying. I'm
analogy
sorry
is,
that I froze up.
you
that
know,
I
you're
couldn't
like,
define
you don't know what,
it, okay,
you don't
but
like Democrats because they're getting closer to socialism, but then you can't define
hold
socialism.
on a sec. Hold on a sec. I concede. I froze up a little. I don't debate a lot. I understand that it's a governmental system. I understand that it's more like an even Steven kind of system, and capitalism is more like towards the individual. Like
you're still not defining it at all. How
well,
about that?
what do you want? What do you want me to tell you? Like I'm not the professor.
Okay.
You wanted the ordinary guy that you could debate. Okay. I'm kind of an ordinary guy. I'm not the scholar. I wasn't the brightest student. I understand that it's like a political economic theory. Okay, but
I have an idea.
I want the textbook definition. I don't know exactly how to give it to you. I know that it has to do a lot with, like even distribution, stuff like that.
Actually, no. So socialism and communism, well, maybe a little bit in a couple, but anyways, socialism specifically, we'll start off with socialism, has nothing to do with the redistribution of wealth or the even distribution of wealth. Socialism is not a mode of wealth redistribution, but rather a mode of ownership of property, right? So under socialism, right, you do not have the privatized ownership of the means of production. They're going to be owned by the workers in which operate the means of production. And in a nutshell,
kind of like
right,
regulated by the community.
Socialism is going to be democracy in the workplace. Now, okay, you told us that Democrats are ever growing closer to socialism. Can you name one Democratic policy that Biden passed, Biden led, Kamala Harris ran on, the current DNC props up, that's socialist?
Healthcare.
Do you mean socialized healthcare? Healthcare for everybody?
Yeah, healthcare.
Okay, so just because the word socialized sounds a lot like the word socialist does not mean that they have anything to do with one another. Socialized healthcare is just free healthcare for everybody. But giving everybody,
It's not free.
Okay, yeah, because you pay for it when you pay taxes. I get it. I'm going to say it anyways. Free healthcare for everybody. But free healthcare...
You can say it. It doesn't make it free. You can say it, but it's not free. You're taxing people who don't necessarily use it.
Fine. Okay, I'll be specific. Mr. Scott. Socialized healthcare is just healthcare for everybody paid for by taxes. Okay, but healthcare for everybody paid for by taxes has nothing...
But you're mandating that everybody pays for it.
Okay, and Donald Trump's mandating that you pay for $100 billion per year industrial military complexes. He's a fucking communist, right? Whoa.
Look, there's certain things in a society that... What?
God.
What?
So just to make it clear, right, our government always mandates that we pay for things, and they decide what we pay for via Congress and the legislation they pass. That's because they have the power of the purse, and we vote the representatives into Congress. So in other words, if you just want to say whatever our congressmen and women decide to spend money on, that's them forcing us to spend our money on shit, and that's socialism. We're going to dictate who's more or less socialist based upon how much money they spend, because all money spent is forced under your view. This means that according to your own stance, that Donald Trump is more of a socialist than Biden or Harris because he spent twice as much as they did in his first term compared to theirs, as well as he now wants to force our government to spend an estimated $4 trillion on the BBB, which is almost twice as much as all of Biden and Harris's non-COVID related expenditure in one bill compared to what they spent in 4 years. So Donald Trump is quite the socialist under your view.
It's a fair point what you're saying, but that's not where I was coming from. I think with the military, like every single country has to defend itself, but in this country, the way it originated, healthcare was never a right. Okay, so we need munitions.
So the way in which it originated, healthcare was never a right. With the founding fathers of this country, healthcare was never a right.
Was it?
So it should never be a right. That's your argument, right?
I'm just saying. I'm not saying it should never be. You know, we
So
we
then what's the implication of so what's the implication of what you're saying here there, bud? Because if your argument against socialized healthcare is that, well, the founding fathers of America didn't want socialized healthcare, okay. Well, they also didn't want black people to be anything more than property. So I don't think that using what the founding fathers of America wanted as a standard to divinate what we should or shouldn't do is really that smart of an idea, man.
Well, one thing would have nothing to do with the other because we obviously accept, all races, all religions in this country.
Oh, would you say it would be bad if we didn't?
There was already an abolitionist movement back then when this country was created.
Would you say it would be bad if we didn't?
We were the second country in the entire world to free slaves and have an abolitionist movement. So I'm not agreeing with what you're saying.
I have a question. Would it be bad if we didn't?
It was a different time back then. That was every country, not just this country.
It was every country. So you're just telling me
it was everywhere.
That the transatlantic slave trade impacted more countries than just America, and that individuals from Africa were not just enslaved in America, but also enslaved in Jamaica, also enslaved in South America. Good job. That's history, man.
It was slavery all over the world.
Okay.
It wasn't just limited to African Americans.
Oh, it wasn't just limited to black people. I'm always really curious. What, like, you want to say like white people were enslaved in Ireland? I think that even Ireland recognizes that it wasn't chattel slavery; it was indentured servitude. And like, I can think of an example of like white people being enslaved in like ancient Rome. Okay, but I don't know why this is relevant. And the reason why I say I don't know why this is relevant is because I kind of feel like when people make this argument, oh, slavery was in more places just like than just America, or maybe we could point towards ancient Rome 6,000 years ago and show how white people were also enslaved for a period of time. I mean, what's the implication here? Are you basically saying that we should just therefore take slavery in America less seriously? Is that the conclusion of the argument? I want to know what the conclusion of these statements are, because you're obviously saying them for a reason.
About this. We were talking about healthcare, and you made the argument. Well, we also had slavery, in the beginning of the country.
Because because we're talking about socialized. I'll tell you why.
Why did we go off on this tangent?
Of course, I don't mind informing you. Right? I'll inform you here.
You're not informing me.
I am informing you because you made this argument. Well, it's not what the founding fathers wanted. And then I was able to point out that the founding fathers didn't want a whole lot, right? Including rights for black people. Okay? So therefore, we shouldn't use the founding fathers' desires to run our country.
Well, some did, some didn't, but most were abolitionists.
If most of them were abolitionists, then how come slavery was explicitly condoned in the Constitution they made?
How come slavery was explicitly condoned?
Yeah, if like most of the founding fathers that drafted the Constitution were against slavery, how come in the original Constitution slavery was specifically condoned in it, and it was only in the later 1800s that we had an amendment banning it? And now you're going to say, Dean, it's a different time. Well, the difference about the time was that they thought it was okay, refuting your original claim that majority of them were abolitionists.
John Adams was an abolitionist. George Washington was not. Jefferson obviously was not. Okay, but you had plenty that were. Most countries were moving that way.
Okay, I don't even care. Listen, I don't believe that they were abolitionists, or else they wouldn't have put their signature in a document in which forced Americans, if they see an escaped slave, to return them to their captor, else face legal punishment. I don't think that a slavery abolitionist would have put their signature on that piece of paper.
Say whatever you want. I don't even know why we're talking about this, because I think right now we both agree slavery was wrong. Why are we talking about this?
Okay, well, once again, I told you, you just can't fucking track. Your original argument against socialized healthcare is that we shouldn't have it because the founding fathers didn't want it, and for the third time, the founding fathers didn't want to allow it.
I was using.
Okay, now please don't interrupt me, Scott. You were interrupting me. You were interrupting me.
Go ahead.
Because I want to go back to the very first thing that you said. The very first thing that you said was that Democrats are socialists. I asked you a question you haven't been able to answer. Name one socialist policy Democrats.
I gave you one. I gave you healthcare.
Socialized healthcare is not socialist.
It is socialist
How?
because hold on, let me explain. You're mandating that certain people who want it, you're mandating that certain people who don't want it have to pay for it. So if the younger population who doesn't normally usually buy into healthcare because they're already healthy, they don't think about that kind of stuff. You are mandating that they pay towards it. And they don't want it. So it's a redistribution of wealth.
Wait, so you understand that's all taxes, right?
Yeah, I understand.
So would you say that taxation
I
as a whole is
don't agree
socialist?
with a lot of the tax code either.
Wait. So I just want to clarify. Would you say that taxation as a whole is socialist?
In a sense, in lots of ways, sure.
Okay, so whoever.
Well, we didn't always have taxes, did we? On income, we didn't always have an income tax.
God, Jesus Christ. Okay, so if all taxation is socialist, then we could determine which party is more socialist based upon which party. Excuse me.
I didn't even say that, but I did say that.
Okay, you did.
It's a form.
Okay,
I
so
said
if you think that all taxation is socialist, then we could identify which party is more socialist based upon which party wants to spend more of our tax dollars, right?
Well, I would say the Democrats.
I don't want to. I just want a yes or no. Like, can we, under your logic, we could determine which party is more socialist depending upon which party wants to spend more of our tax dollars, right?
To spend more of the tax dollars? No, because I would agree with you. I think a lot of times Republicans. I think there's.
No, you're on mute because now you're just contradicting yourself and you have no fucking clue what you're saying. So the reason why this would follow from your view is because you said that socialized healthcare is socialist because you're mandating people to spend their tax dollars on things that they don't want to. Okay, well, that doesn't just apply to socialized healthcare. That applies to everything. That applies to the military. That applies to public highways. That applies to anything that our government does. That applies to the studies done by AI PAC. Like it applies, not AI PAC. Jesus Christ, fuck AI PAC. Okay, I'm talking about anything else in our government that we spend money on. So basically, any time that our government spends money, it's socialist because some of the people that are paying through tax dollars don't want to do it. So in other words, we're just going to try to determine which party wants to spend more money, and they're therefore going to be more socialist, right?
Sorry, can you hear me? I wouldn't frame it exactly like that. But I see where you're going.
So if you wouldn't frame it like that, then you don't think that our government spending our tax dollars is socialist.
Can you hold on one second?
Of course, but that's just absurd.
Just let me explain. All right. If you're going to frame it as who wants to spend more, once people are already in Congress, all right, they're spending, baby. It's a uniparty. They're all bad. All right. I'll give it to you. But if you were going to frame it as in who actually is running on that, which party is running on?
I'm cutting you off. Here's why. You said when our government spends our tax dollars, that's socialist. Under that view, we would be able to identify which party's more socialist by how much spending they like, how much spending they want, how much spending they accept. Okay, this is like saying that when you kill an innocent person, that's murder. So under that view, we would be able to determine if person A or person 2 supports murder more based upon how many people they've murdered. Okay, imagine person 1 has murdered 10 people and person 2 has murdered 100 people. Person 2 is going to support murder more than person 1 because they've murdered more people. They're going to be a worse murderer than person 1 because they've murdered more people. So if our government is spending money as socialist, this means whatever party's going to spend more money is more socialist. Right, Scott? And for all the people saying that I should let him talk, if I let him talk, my brain is going to explode and my eyeballs are going to shoot out of my head.
I think you're just framing it wrong, Dave. I think you're just framing it wrong.
Tell me where I went wrong in my logic. You think that our government spending money is socialist, right?
I just told you. I don't even know what... I think we're beating a dead horse here. Because you and I are just going to disagree.
Well, then you're the fucking dead horse, Scott, because I'm just simply taking your view and trying to extrapolate the logical outcomes. Like, if you think that I'm beating a dead horse for making the most simple implication from your line of reasoning whatsoever, then you're the fucking dead horse. Like, Scott, you said that universalized. Okay, I'm not asking you for yes or no's. Unmute your mic. We're going to go yes or no. Universalized healthcare is socialist because some people are going to disagree with their government spending our tax dollars on it. Yes or no?
I don't like the way you're framing it.
That was your argument.
If it's a redistribution of wealth and you're mandating that certain people pay for something.
See, this is why I want to mute him. I want to click the button. I want to click the button to mute him. The reason why I want to click the button to mute him right now so fast, even though he just started talking, is because he said that you don't like the way I'm framing it. Sure, I just repeated your own argument. You're the one that said universalized socialized healthcare was socialist because it is a case that some people that are paying for it with their tax dollars will disagree with it. That was your argument, right?
Yes. Yes.
But you just told me when I asked you if that was your argument that you didn't like the way I was framing it. So therefore, you don't like the way you're framing it.
No. That's not exactly what was said, Dean.
The question I asked you is, do you think that socialized healthcare is socialist because some people that will be paying for it through their tax dollars will disagree with it?
Not disagree. They won't want it. Okay, but if you're going to mandate, Dean,
Scott, disagreeing with it and not wanting it is the same thing.
Dean, a lot of people disagree with certain things, okay, but they pay into it. They're by their free will, they're okay with it. All right, I disagree on paying for certain things, but I know that it's okay for everybody else, so I pay into it. Okay, but with a mandate,
then you don't disagree with
a
it.
mandate.
Then you don't fucking disagree with it. If you're okay with it, then you don't disagree with it.
Whichever. We'll disagree on the language, fine, and I'll just concede to you for whatever, Dean. But listen to me.
Fuck?
You're framing the question wrong because you were asking.
The question was your argument.
No, it was you're framing it wrong. I don't understand why you don't see it. I really don't. I don't understand why you don't see it.
So I want to clarify. Your argument for why socialized healthcare is socialist is because it forces people to spend their money on something that they don't want to spend it on, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the question I asked you. I said,
well,
so do you think that
it's also a redistribution?
So once again, I'll just re-ask you the goddamn question. So you think
is it a redistribution of wealth?
No.
It's not a redistribution of wealth? Universal healthcare? Socialized healthcare? It's not a redistribution of wealth?
Well, actually, we should do further examination. What do you mean by redistribution of wealth?
You're taking money from one set of the population, and you're using that population to offset the other part, right? Okay. There's money going from one part of the population to the other part of the population.
Okay.
And it's not just on healthcare; it's on lots of programs. But healthcare was a huge part, and it was like 20% of the economy, was it not?
Okay, so do you just disagree? Okay, so if you just I already told you that a redistribution of wealth is not socialism.
Okay.
And the only reason why this would be a redistribution of wealth is not because of socialized healthcare, but because of progressive tax rates. Wow, did you know that if we charged everybody, regardless of their income, the same amount of money in taxes, that we would still be able to have socialized healthcare without any redistribution in wealth? Meaning that a redistribution of wealth is not intrinsic, essential, or necessary to socialized healthcare? And if you're taking an issue with the redistribution of wealth of socialized healthcare or any system of benefit, you're not taking issue with the system of benefit, you're taking issue with the progressive system of taxation.
Well, that would be fine if everybody was working the same job and getting the same paycheck, but not everybody is doing that. You know, you have some people that are putting more risk into their job and their life. So you have makers and you have takers.
I will re-ask the question. I'm dead set on making the argument that I've been trying to make for 30 fucking minutes. Okay? The question is, do you disagree with socialized healthcare? Because it's forcing people to pay for things that they don't want to pay for, and that's why you think it's socialist. Also, for everybody that doesn't like the fact that I'm muting him, leave the live. I'm not going to concede to your desires. So can you please answer that question, sir?
I just answered it.
You're was it with a yes or a no?
You muted me, and something happened here. Go ahead, ask it again. You muted it, and something happened here. Go ahead and ask it again.
How much should Charlie Kirk pay you to join this live?
Nothing.
No. Let me see your bank transcript right fucking now. I don't believe you.
Why?
Because there's no way that this isn't like manufactured.
I don't understand.
You're not
Why?
You have to be following a script right now. This has to be intentional.
I'm not following the script.
Okay. The question is the reason why you disagree with socialized healthcare and the reason you think it's socialist is because it's forcing people to pay for things that they don't want to pay for.
I already said yes.
Okay, great.
And I said that's with a lot of programs and taxation in general.
Can we agree that everything that a government spends taxes on will force us to pay for it because it's our money that's being paid in the taxes, and B, some people are going to disagree with it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's for everything, not just socialized healthcare, for everything. So this means
I had already said that.
So this means every time our government spends money, it's socialist, right?
No, not necessarily.
Okay,
but I get where you're coming from.
Okay, well, so then, what's the reason why you think that socialized healthcare is socialist? Because it's not because it's forcing people to spend money on it and they disagree with it. Because if that was your reasons why you thought it was socialist, then you'd think everything is socialist. But you don't. So therefore, those are not your reasons.
It's a means of distribution.
What do you even mean by that?
Like with everything, but it is. I understand your point with the military, and
No. I want to go back to the question. Why do you think that socialized healthcare is socialist?
Because it's a huge chunk of government. It's just a much larger program.
So it's just
a much larger program.
Our largest program is the military. So you think the military is socialist?
No, I don't.
So then you don't think that healthcare is socialist because it's a large chunk, because the military is a larger one, and you don't think that the military is socialist. So why would socialized healthcare be socialist?
Is the military larger? I wouldn't know. I know we spend almost like 850. What do we spend? 850 billion on the military?
So that's super irrelevant. Okay. Now, please tell me why you think that
Well,
socialized
you
healthcare
said
is
it was
socialist.
larger. I just wanted to make
But
sure.
I want to know why you think that socialized healthcare is socialist.
Because it's 20% of the economy, Dean.
Okay.
So
is the military.
It's huge.
So is the military. But you don't think that the military is socialist. So therefore, that's not the reasons why you think that socialized healthcare is socialist. It gets to a point, Scott, where if you use 3 brain cells, you'd be able to track this conversation.
I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out how to frame it. Like I don't believe that the military is socialist because I believe probably everybody wants to be protected or have some sort of form of
Does everybody
protection.
want to spend $800 billion on it? And also, no, that's not true. Communists,
No,
they don't want a
no,
military.
and
Anarcho-libertarians,
I
wait.
wouldn't
I want to clarify there that you're actually wrong. So communists don't want a military. Not at all, because they don't want a state. Only states have militaries. Anarcho-libertarians don't want a military because the military is managed by a state. They don't want a state either. Any type of anarchist, whether that's an anarcho-libertarian, anarcho-socialist, an anarcho-capitalist, any form of anarchy or communism, they don't want a military. So there's a lot of people that just straight up don't want a military. So you're wrong.
Interesting. Okay. I would think that most people who are citizens of a country would want that country to provide some sort of protection for them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so now you're shifting the goalposts from saying that it goes from everybody has to agree to it to most people have to agree to it. So fun fucking fact. The policymakers that would be enacting socialized healthcare would only be doing it because most people voted for them because they wanted them to enact their policy of socialized healthcare. Yeah, so if there ever came a day where we had a Democrat in office that put socialized healthcare in place, it would be because most people wanted it. So if your standard is it's not socialist, if most people want it, if socialized healthcare was ever implemented, it wouldn't be socialist because most people would want it.
Okay, so do we not have a socialized healthcare system in this country? Is that what you're saying?
Not for everybody, no.
Are we trying to emulate the healthcare system of, like, say, other countries, like European countries? Like, what
none of this matters. Because
I'm asking, why
none
did
of
we
this
change it?
None of the reason why none of this. Wait, I'm not here to debate the efficacy of socialized healthcare with you. I'm here to debate the fact that you think it's socialist.
Okay, so you're explaining to me why it's not.
Yeah, because socialism is where the workers own the means of production, Scott. The means of production and who owns them has nothing to do with socialism, Scott. You're trying to call a square circle there, little bro.
So then why was it? Why would the Democrats? Why do we have Obamacare then?
What the fuck does Obamacare have to do with what I just said? What? Dude. Oh my God. Wait. No. So imagine that you told me that you voted for Trump because you don't like abortion. So then I was like, well, then why did Mr. Beast just build 5 schools in Libya? Like, something completely irrelevant. That has nothing to do with what you said. Nothing to do with any type of response. No, we were talking about how you think that socialized healthcare is socialist. Then I define socialism as, well, what the textbook definition of socialism is where the workers own the means of production. And I pointed out how the workers owning the means of production have nothing to do with socialized healthcare. Then you're like, but Obamacare. What? What does Obamacare have to do with socialism?
Well, it's not exactly how it went, but okay. But I brought it up. I brought it up because before Obamacare, healthcare seemed much better.
I don't give a fuck. We're not here to debate the efficacy of different healthcare systems. We're here to debate right now if socialized healthcare is socialist. Okay? I want to make that clear. We are not debating the efficacy of socialized healthcare. We're debating if it's socialist.
Now. So if I concede to you that our healthcare system is not socialist.
No. You got to concede that socialized healthcare is not socialist.
I'm sorry, what did you just say? Socialized healthcare is not socialist?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's say I concede to you, socialized healthcare is not socialist. Okay,
then we go back to the original question of what socialist policy does the Democrat Party support? Because the reason that you told me that you don't support the Democrat policies is because they're socialist. So then it'd just go back to the original question of
okay, then I'm just using the wrong language.
Support. Okay,
so you're going to help me out here, and you're saying to me that I'm using the wrong language. So
then why do you support Trump?
Socialist.
So then why do you support Trump?
Well, I did want to get rid of Obamacare. I don't like the healthcare system.
Okay, well, good.
I thought it was much better before.
Okay, he's not even doing that though.
He was before.
No, he wasn't.
And now,
wait. Do we have Obamacare?
I'm sorry?
Do we have Obamacare?
We don't have Obamacare?
How could you hear what I say then say the opposite? I asked you if we have Obamacare.
I'm asking you, do we not?
We do.
Obamacare doesn't exist anymore?
It does.
Did we get rid of it?
No.
Right. So
then Donald Trump didn't repeal the ACA before.
Well, his intent was to do it in the first term, and then that got squashed because of John McCain.
No, he just never did it because he never had anything to replace it with. He still doesn't.
You don't need anything to replace it with. You just squashing. Go back to what we had, which was no Obamacare. Okay. I liked it a lot better before.
Okay, no, the reason that Congress will not just remove and repeal the ACA. Congress won't do that. Congress will maybe only replace the ACA. Okay? I want to make that incredibly clear. That's why it never got done in its first term. Oh, okay. So you agree that Congress would only repeal the ACA if they had something to replace it with. And you also agree that Donald Trump has nothing to replace it with. So then you concede that Donald Trump is not getting rid of the ACA. So because you concede that Donald Trump is not getting rid of the ACA, why do you support Trump for something he's not going to do? That's like me saying that I supported Kamala Harris because she was going to give everybody $1 billion. Okay, she wasn't ever going to do it. So why would that make me support her?
I didn't think that he wasn't necessarily not going to do it.
Okay, well now yes you did. Yes you did. You just conceded that. Once again, Scott, you said that you agreed that Congress would only repeal the ACA if Donald Trump had something to replace it with. Donald Trump has said he doesn't. Therefore, Donald Trump will not be able to repeal the ACA. You did concede that they will not get rid of the ACA.
I conceded that Congress would not, but I believe that they would be very reluctant to.
Okay, so then Donald Trump will not be able to get rid of the ACA. Got it.
Well, you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm literally not. I'm literally not. It's called a premise by premise. It's called an argument. Premise number 1, you agree and you affirm that Congress will only get rid of the ACA given they have something to replace it to. You accepted that. Premise number 2, Donald Trump has nothing to replace the ACA with. Conclusion, Donald Trump will never be able to get Congress to repeal the ACA. It's not me putting words into your mouth. It is the logically entailed conclusion from what you believe in. I'm going crazy. I'm losing my shit. I'm putting words in your mouth? That's a logically entailed conclusion. Bro, this guy has like no sense of... I want to ask you a question. If you answer this question incorrectly, I'm going to kick you. Premise number 1, Socrates is a man. Premise number 2, all men are mortal. What is the conclusion of this 2-premise syllogism?
What is the premise to what?
Premise number 1, Socrates is a man.
Socrates is a man.
Premise number 2, all men are mortal. What is the conclusion of this 2-premise syllogism?
I didn't understand the last word you said. 2-premise what?
Argument.
I don't even understand what that means. What am I supposed to conclude from it?
Yeah.
That all men are mortal? Socrates is mortal.
Thank you for only reading that once the chat said it. I just punished myself. I don't know. Why did I do that to myself? Why did I do that to myself? You know? Yeah, I think I need to ask that question. Like, why do I do that to myself? Like that, you know, I mean, Scott's dumb as hell. Scott's up here unable to debate at all, right? Okay, I have the power to kick him. I have the power to just remove him. I had the power 30 minutes ago to say, Scott, I'm going to choose peace and move on to the next guest. I appreciate you for your time, and I didn't. Terrible. Terrible. Why do I do that? Why do I do that? Why do I do that to myself? I don't know why I do that to myself. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Well done. Yeah. Okay. That conversation's over. Mr. Scott's going to explode my brain. Let's see here. Anthony, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube 10 minutes ago, saying Goat Dean. I appreciate you for the love, Anthony. As well, Snipes with the $10 saying, Dean, thanks for not allowing people to satisfy closet modern views by justifying slavery. Yeah, that was also crazy. Thank you for the $10 Snipes. As well as CJ, thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube, saying, Dean, you've talked about Adriana Smith several times. You and Parker both have done so together, so the accusation of, or whatever they're assuming to be true is most certainly not. There's no need to apologize. I mean, I've talked about her a few times, but I mean, I think that, you know, her story deserves to be talked about more, I guess. But I appreciate you for the $20, CJ. Okay, everybody. All right, let me go and check out Venmo over here real quick. And honestly, guys, after I thank the rest of the donors, I'm probably gonna get off for the night. The reason why I say that, my brain is fried. My brain is shot. What I need to do is go get dinner, eat, let my brain rest. Dude, honestly, if there was like an adult alternative to Cocomelon, that sounds great right now. Just give me something to drool at, give me something to drool over. Just kind of turn the noggin off and just sit back and chill. Let's see here. Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo saying, take care of yourself, Dean. Some of these guests are stressing me out. Fuck it, dude. I'm going to be 35 looking 70. It's going to be bad, Oscar. I appreciate you for the $11. Let's see here. Jess, thank you for the $5. Haley with a 5. Mary, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo as well. As well as Haley, I did see your earlier message. I appreciate you guys for the love. Watch ASMR. Let me just go brain rot and watch some ASMR. Oh, God. What a terrible stream. Some dancing fruits. Yeah, man. Need my goddamn dancing fruits. Maybe that is the alternative. You know what I mean? Miko, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Gabrielle with a 5. Eric with a 10. I appreciate that. Marianne with a 7. Jasmine with a 30. And Bernice with a 30. Thank you, Jasmine and Bernice. You guys are awesome. Yo, show some love to Bernice down below in that chat, as well as Jasmine for the 31 down below in that chat. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. 300 Bernice W's and 300 Jasmine W's. All right, everybody. There we are. There we are. Sensory few. Hell yeah. Anita with the 10 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat for the brains I had lost while debating that last guest, as well as Sacha. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Telling myself to go get some dinner and relax. That 40-minute torture session was a lot. First and foremost, I appreciate you for the $20. And that's what I'm feeling. Shout. What should I do for dinner? Oh, Parker's live? Okay, we'll raid him. What should I do for dinner, everybody? Okay, I'm going to take in some Rex. I'm going to hop off real quick. Let's see here. Some pasta? Somebody in the chat says Chinese. Ooh, I could go for some Chinese. That sounds great. You know what? That's it. I'm going to go get some orange chicken. Okay, everybody. Apparently, Parker is live. So I'm going to go and hop off for the evening. Now, if you want to continue to watch some debates, feel free to head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok or @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. Apparently, Mr. Parker's live. Show him some love. Spam Dean Raid in his chats, everybody. And yeah, I love you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Once again, that is @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok. Have a good rest of y'all's evenings. Peace out. Much love. Take care. Goodbye.